We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and tonight's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
And a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Fine Art Auction. I trust you had a wonderful weekend. It is a pleasure seeing you today, and welcome each and every one of you. My colleague Richard will be in shortly, but ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at what some of the highlights for today's auctions will be. We're going to be kicking off with a period that was just phenomenal. It was the pre-Art Deco period, and one of the big giants of that period was, of course, Louis Icare. So I'll be telling you a lot about Louis Icare, giving you a very succinct biography and indeed the importance of him within the timeline of art history. We are then going to be featuring artists that I've never represented before, so this is exciting. Did a lot of research on him, and it's Annibale Carracci. This is a work from 1650. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an original engraving in black fresco, and it is stunning. Wait till you see this work. We then have Pablo Picasso, Les Minimes, which is Picasso's iteration of the works by Velázquez. We then are going to be featuring the man with the pencil. We're talking about Pedro Ortiz Munoz, folks. It's so exciting. He is such a fast rising star within the Latin American market, and he just has a very meticulous way of using a pencil to create these very elaborate designs. I mean, he's way ahead of his time. He's very precocious in terms of his artistic abilities for his age. We then have a stunning Albert Dürer. Now, by the way, with this Albert Dürer, I'd like you to pay close attention because, ladies and gentlemen, there is extensive hand coloring on this specific work. This is very important, so you want to keep an eye on that. That's going to be the seventh work today. Then we have Harry Bunce, a phenomenal Robert Rauschenberg lithograph, and it is a triptych in colors. I did a lot of research on this work as well, folks. For those savvy bidders, this is your piece tonight. Keep an eye on that Robert Rauschenberg. We're then going to be featuring artists that I know very well, but I've never featured on the show before, and that is Fanch Ladon. Very similar in a way to the style of Thomas McKnight, with these interiors done in a way that it just invites you into the imagery itself. We're then going to be featuring an old master. We have Bill Allen, Shane Goudreau, Georges Braque, a stunning lithograph entitled Les Bacs from 1948. Salvador Dali, Francisco de Goya, Bill Braden, who is a Hawaiian artist. He was actually chosen by the city of Honolulu in a competition to represent Hawaii. I mean, he's a big name there, and if you love the ocean, you love Hawaii, this art is for you. Lastly, we are truly going to end with something monumental. It is a stunning, stunning Kef. Wait till you see this Kef, ladies and gentlemen. I highly recommend. I know this is a long show, But if you can stay till the end, I do recommend it, because wait till you see what we got. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Fine Art Auction. And keep in mind, if it is your first time, I'm going to step next to the first work so you can get an idea of its size and scale. One thing I would like to recommend, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, that every single work of art that we feature will include a brand new frame. These are custom made. They are done by master framers. I mean, you should see what these guys do. They're artists in themselves. And besides that, ladies and gentlemen, museum quality frame. In this case, we have a UV60 protective glass. So you pretty much get the whole 9 yards in this. It is stunning. Take advantage of that. You're going to see tonight that some of the bidding is going to be way below even the price of the frame. Now, I recommend you take advantage of that. Why? Because framing can be quite a pricey ordeal. If you've ever had experience framing artwork before, ladies and gentlemen, you might not be surprised to know that oftentimes people pay more for the frame than the actual work of art they're framing. Has that happened to you? It's happened to me. So that's why I highly encourage you to take advantage of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and get started with the first artist of the evening. And I think it's so apropos that we're starting at the turn of the last century, especially with a giant like Louis Icare. He was born in a beautiful town called Toulouse in France on the 20th of December, 1888. He basically became one of the most recognizable image makers of the Art Deco era. Now, he was drawn to Paris, and he settled there in around 1907. Now, when he did, he entered the commercial picture trade. He was producing postcards, he was producing fashion plates, and indeed illustrations as well. Now, that was work that sharpened, that fluid, let's call it the decorative line that would define his mature prints. Now, ladies and gentlemen, through the 1920s, Icare built an international reputation for these elegant, these fashionable women that are rendered with a swift, feathery touch. Now, they're frequently accompanied by greyhounds, and they're set in romantic Parisian interiors and gardens. Now, ladies and gentlemen, his etchings, these have found, should I say, an especially enthusiastic market in the United States. Now, that is where his glamour subjects suited the optimism and the luxury of the period. And by the way, he produced a very large body of plates across the decade, and his name became almost synonymous with the figural side of Art Deco, printmaking. Now, folks, Icare remained in Paris through the German occupation that began on June in 1940. Now, the year of this plate that you're looking at here, that is from 1940. I'm going to read you that certificate very shortly, but just one more thing I'd like to add is that he went on working in the city until his death on the 20th of December 1950 in Paris. That was on his 62nd birthday. And today, he is among the most collected printmakers of the Art Deco style. He's got this long and active auction history at the major auction houses. And indeed, he also does maintain a substantial body of scholarship that's devoted to cataloging his graphic art. Now, ladies and gentlemen, his prints are held in public and private collections internationally. And indeed, his market remains active at the major houses and specialist Art Deco sales. Now, values turn heavily on the rarity of the particular title, the freshness and quality of the impression, and the survival of original hand coloring. Now, condition is a big deal. I know a lot of you are very well versed in the world of art, especially since I know we have gallery owners, we have art connoisseurs who are watching our show. And as a result of that, your body of knowledge is substantial. So, ladies and gentlemen, understand that condition is the underlying value factor, especially when you're looking at works like this. Now, we're talking about when condition, you're looking at things like the toning, like the foxing, like the trimming and the state of the margins that all materially affect works on paper of this period. And a careful condition report is therefore part of the assessing any Icare etching that is offered for sale. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'd like to do right now is go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity for the first work that we have. Now, folks, here we have Louis Icare. The title of the work is Green Bracelets. It is an original etching in color on wove paper. Now, this is where it gets really important, and I'd like you to pay close attention. This should garner many more bids because, folks, you are bidding on the first state. That is of paramount importance because that really is something that many serious and veteran art collectors only collect. That's what they're looking for. So that's what you're getting here. And it's published in Paris in 1940. And folks, it is very scarce. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a bid of 4. We're pretty much looking at the price of the frame here. Bid with confidence. Always remember, if you can afford not to compromise, don't compromise. Add a bid of 4 right now, but a give 4 1/4. Look at a 4 1/4 right now, but a bid of 4. At 4 right now, but a give 4 1/4. Look at a 4 1/4 right now, but a bid of 4. At 4 right now, but a give 4 1/4. At 4 right now, but a give 4 1/4. At 4 right now, but a give bid upon 4 1/4. Look at a 4 1/4 right now for the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind, place those power bids. The last auction I did was last Saturday. We had several folks who were placing their power bids, and long behold, the ones who placed the power bids, usually in the vast majority of cases, they won the bidding. The bid of 4 right now, look at a 4 1/4, that's the kind of bid. Add a bid of 4 right now, but a give 4 1/4. Look at a 4 1/4 right now for the bid. Add a bid of 4. At 4 right now, add a bid of 4. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to digress slightly and give you a little bit about the genesis of the artwork, because as we know, the title of the work is Green Bracelets. Now, this is an original Icare etching that's dated from 1940, and what's phenomenal about it is that it's executed in that glamorous figural idiom for which he was celebrated. So what you're getting here, folks, is the quintessential Louis Icare. And keep in mind that works of this type began as a drawing that Icare transferred to a prepared metal plate. Now, the design was then bitten in acid. It was deepened and refined with dry point and aquatint. And then, on top of that, to make it even more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, it was printed under his close supervision before being finished with color. So understand that every single stage was governed by the artist, which is what distinguishes an original etching of this kind from the photomechanical reproductions that later copied his popular images. And let me tell you, folks, I've been in this business for close to about 30 years right now. I've done lots and lots and lots of research. I've studied art history in university. And when it comes to Icare's photomechanical reproductions, some of them are selling as much as $2,000 to $3,000. You are not bidding on a mechanical reproduction. You're bidding on an original etching in color on wove paper. We are extremely underbid here. Now, keep in mind that the title points to the decorative organizing idea of the image. A note of green and the ornament of bracelets set against a figure. Now, that is consistent with Icare's habit of building a composition around a single fashionable accent. As with most of his plates, the subject is a stylish woman, treated less as a portrait than as an emblem of modern elegance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the present work here, it is very important to note, Icare's plates were often printed in certain size runs. The specific edition, the state, and any studio or publisher marks should be confirmed against a physical sheet, which it has. Now, for a late wartime plate in particular, the condition and completeness deserve attention. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go right now. We are going for a final call. Allow me to show you a couple ideas of what these works fetch for. So let me go to my screen, please. This is an etching. This is an etching. You're bidding on an etching. Here's an etching by Louis Icare from 1934. What's the price? $8,500. You can collect that right now. Ladies and gentlemen, you are as well bidding on an original etching, so keep that in mind. Here is another one that is being sold. This is also an etching, again, $5,000. Let me show you yet one more. Look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an etching. What's the price? $12,500. You're bidding on an etching by the same artist. So, ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of that. Let's go back to the work of art. Now, keep in mind that the medium, it is the original etching in color. That is an intaglio print, where the image was incised into a metal plate using acid, together with dry point and aquatint, and then ink was forced into those incised lines. The plate surface was wiped and the sheet printed under pressure. Understand that this is even though it is considered, and I mean this in a very positive way, this is an anachronistic motif. It is an anachronistic style that dates back to Rembrandt. When Rembrandt was making his etchings, he was considered the greatest etcher of all time. And many people don't realize this, but Rembrandt became more famous for his etchings than his works of art. Ladies and gentlemen, got a bid of 4. At 4 right now, but give 450. Look at a 450 right now for the bid of 4. At 4 right now, we got 20 seconds left. Go ahead and place your last and final bids at this time. At a bid of 4 right now, but give 450. Look at a 450 right now for the bid of 4. At 4 right now, but give bid upon 450. At 4 right now, but give 450. At 4 right now, but give 450. Bid upon 450. Could give bid upon 450. Folks, we're running out of time. I'm about to drop the gavel. Last and final warning. That is going once. That is going twice. Third and final. So congratulations. Well done indeed on that first work of art. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be piggybacking that Louis Icare. That is our producer John's favorite word, by the way, piggyback. And we're going to go ahead and bring up a second Louis Icare. Now, let me go ahead and tell you a little bit about this absolute gem. I always do recommend as well, always, if you have and are the successful collector of something so rare like an original Icare etching, if we're having a second one, you have to get the second one. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that creates a pairing. And in the world of art, not only is that extremely desirable, but you are at the right place, right time, right now in order to do that. Now, the title of the work that we're dealing with right here is called the Jeweled Nude. Now, this is an original Icare etching. Again, you're bidding on an original etching, and it is the same year as the first one that we showed you, 1940. Now, it is a study of the female form that's treated in the artist's characteristically decorative manner. Now, like his other plates, it originated in a drawing that was transferred to a metal plate. It was then etched, and then it was worked with dry point and aquatint. It was printed under the artist's supervision and finished with color. Now, this sequence of hand operations, folks, is precisely what an original etching denotes, and what separates it from the reproductions that copied Icare's most popular images. Again, folks, do your own homework, but there are what we call afterpieces or reproductions that are not original etchings. I've seen them as high as $2,000 for sale. Well, the images are stunning, but it's not the same thing. Understand that the nude was a theme that he returned to throughout his career, and he approached it with less of an anatomical study than as an exercise in line and pose, and indeed in ornament. Now, the title here, ladies and gentlemen, foregrounds jewelry as the decorative focal accent, if you notice carefully, that's set against the unclothed figure. I mean, it is very, very, when we're talking about Icare's original style and what drove him to be part and parcel of creating the nudes, this is it, folks. So the treatment here, it is frank, it is sensual, but stylized rather than naturalistic. And that's keeping with the Art Deco taste for elegant abstraction of the body. Now, this, as I mentioned, is from 1940, and it situates the work in his late production. That is very important, because when we're talking about the late production, this was done 10 years before he passed away. This was the late stage of his life. Don't forget, he was born in 1890. And the fact is that late impressions of this kind document, actually, an artist continuing to work within a contracted world. And they carry that distinct interest for collectors tracing the full span of his output. Let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity for the second Louis Icare that we are featuring here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the title of the work is Jeweled Nude. It is an original etching in color on wove paper. Now, you're going to notice again, very important, this is what seasoned collectors desire and look for specifically. It is a first state. So you're bidding on a first state. That is a big deal, Because out of all of the impressions that were done of this, this is the most desirable. The first state typically has the cleanest lines. The intaglio is crisp. It is fresh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, published in Paris in 1940, it is very scarce. So right now, we are under the price of the frame. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing next to the work of art, giving an idea of its size and scale. Got a bid at 3. At 3 right now, would give 3 1/4. Looking at 3 1/4 right now for the bid at 3. At 3 right now, would give 4 1/4. At 3 right now, but upon at 3 1/4, looking at 3 1/4 right now for the bid at 3. At 3 right now, but a 3 1/4. We are less than the price of the frame. Ladies and gentlemen, 1940, original etching by the father. I mean, we often talk about Erte as being the father of Art Deco, but the precursor to Erte's mastery, to Erte's aesthetic genius, was this man right here. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I dare say that the way that you and I, as human beings, the way we view beauty, the way we view history, the way we view persona, as a result of this work, as a result of Louis Icare, he has a definitive role to play. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, bid at 3. At 3 right now, but a 3 1/4. Looking at 3 1/4 right now for the bid at 3. At 3 right now, would a bid upon at 3 1/4. At 3 right now, get those power bids in. Ladies and gentlemen, there are only so many of these in the market. And again, this is a first state. 3 right now, but a 3 1/4. Looking at 3 1/4 right now for the bid. At a bid of 3. At 3 right now. At a bid of 3. At 3 right now. At 3 right now, would a 3 1/4. Looking at 3 1/4 right now for the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, don't let this slip through your fingers. Do not let this slip for your fingers. I mean, it is a fun piece. On top of that, it is 1940. Folks, we're going to go ahead and give it a 2-minute clock. We got a last call. We are moving quickly today. Don't miss out, especially at this price point. At 3 right now, but a 3 50. Look at that 350 right now for the bid at 3. At 3 right now, but a bid upon 350. Look at that 350 right now for the bid. I got a bid at 350 right now, but a 4. At 350 right now, but a 4. At 350 right now, but a 4. Bid upon that 4. Look at that 4 right now, but a 4. Bid upon 4. At 350 right now, but a 4. At 350 right now, but upon that 4. Look at the 4 right now, but a 4. Bid upon 4. Look at the 4. And but a 4. Look at the 4 right now, but a could a 4. 350 is the bid. Place those power bids. I'm going to be dropping the hammer very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and get your last and final bids in. At 350 right now, but a 4. At 350 right now, would a could a 4. Look at the 4 right now, but upon that 4. Look at the 4 right now for the bid. At 350 right now, would a bid upon that 4. I see those calls coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want you to miss out on this. I gotta tell you, besides the fact we've only got 60 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta tell you that last Saturday, we had so many late bidders, John. It was just amazing. So many people were missing out. If you're a late bidder, you are no bidder. So take advantage of it. Call right now before I bang that gavel. At a bid of 350 right now, but a 4. Look at the 4 right now, but a 4. Bid upon 4. Look at the 4 right now for the bid. At 350 right now. At a bid of 350 right now. And would a 4. At 350, bid upon 4. At 350, would a bid upon 4. Look at the 4 right now, but a 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left. Keep in mind, what are you bidding on? An original color etching that was done by Icare. This is not a reproduction. Also, the period is important, which means it's dated in 1940. This is from his late Parisian period. This is one of the most sought after periods that he did. On top of that, you're getting the etching, the dry point, and the aquatint with applied color. So understand that melange of different motifs coming together adds a heightened level of desirability. On top of that, you get that jeweled nude that's treated in his fluent decorative line. And ladies and gentlemen, this is documented within Icare's graphic work catalog. Lastly, the market is robust. The market is strong. Sustained collector interest for Art Deco figural prints. When somebody wants to do Art Deco, it is either Erte or Icare. Folks, if you are a aficionado of the Art Deco movement, then this is an absolute must. Better 375 right now, but a 4. At 375 right now, but a 4. Bid upon 4. Got a bit of 4 right now, but a 454 right now, but a 454 right now. At a bit of 4 right now, but a 450. Look at a 450 right now for the bid. 4 1/4, got a bid of 4 1/4 right now, but give 450, 4 1/4 right now, but give bid upon 450, that is going once. Ladies and gentlemen, get your last and final bids in. At this time, I got a bid of 4 1/4 right now, but give 450. 4 1/4 right now. I see more callers. Ladies and gentlemen, place those bids. We are just about to drop the hammer. If you're calling in right now, which many of you, that is absolutely right. We've had so many late bidders. And when I was doing the Saturday auction, don't let that happen to you today, especially at this price point. 4 1/4 right now, at a bid of 425, but give 450, bid upon that 450. Look at that 450 right now for the bid at 4 1/4. At 4 1/4 right now, but give at 4 1/4. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time. That is the last and final warning. It is going once, twice, third, and final sold. Congratulations. Well done indeed. And now I'm going to digress to a period far before even the inklings of Art Deco became a phenomenon. We are going to go back to the year 1650, ladies and gentlemen. This is an extraordinary engraving. Now, those of you who know the complexity of art engravings, there is no doubt in my mind that you will have a deep appreciation for what you are looking at right now. If we take a closer look, please, guys, if we can zoom in just a little bit, because what I want you to notice is, besides the crisp lines, look at the detail. Look at the cross-hatching. Look at the chiaroscuro. The chiaroscuro being the light versus dark contrast that was something which was propagated by Rembrandt. So this is also the Baroque period. We're talking 1650. That was the period of the Dutch, Italian, and German Baroque period. It is a man by the name of Annibale Carracci. He was born in 1560 in a beautiful town called Bologna in Italy. We've probably heard about spaghetti bolognese, right? Well, he was born into a family of painters. His brother Agostino and his cousin Ludovico, he founded an influential teaching academy. It was often called the Accademia degli Incamminati, and that set out to reform Italian painting by returning to the study of nature and the study of great high Renaissance masters. So it was redirecting art away from the artifice of late mannerism towards a new clarity and a gravity. You see, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you back a little bit into a dialogue with art history, because the Renaissance period represented the height of the study of humanity. It took over in a way. Prior to that, it was a lot of religious imagery. So now this was the study of the human being. The likes of Da Vinci, for example, the likes of Donatello, Carpaccio, Michelangelo. So as a result of that, there reached a certain equinox. They reached a certain pinnacle of artistic and aesthetic brilliance that was so commanding and used the influence of ancient Rome and of ancient Greece. Why? Because it was very occurrent, it was very popular at the time to go back to the references of morality, to the references of Stoicism. All of these underlying aspects of ancient Greece and Rome were part and parcel of the exuberant aesthetic brilliance of the Renaissance masters. Now that culminated with what is called the late Renaissance period. Now, in the late Renaissance period, that is at the time that we had Botticelli's Venus. If you ever seen that work of art by Botticelli, you're going to notice that Venus is floating. She is not grounded. It is the first painting that deviated from the academic tradition of the Renaissance masters. And as a result of Botticelli, it opened up the door to a creative impetus that was unprecedented at that time. And what I mean by that is a man by the name of Domenico Theotokopoulos, also known as El Greco. El Greco was originally from Crete. He moved to Toledo in Spain, which is a city, a medieval city, close to Madrid. Now, when he was there, he single-handedly helped to launch what is known as the Mannerist period. How did he do that, and what did he do? He started to exaggerate the narrative of the works of art by creating these elongated figures and these elongated forms. So the forms and the figures, which are seen, for example, in his magnum opus called The Burial of Count Orgaz, is a primordial example of the exaggerated narrative of his style. Now, why do I talk about that Mannerist style? Because it took over after the Renaissance. And this man was a Mannerist, exactly like El Greco, exactly in the same time period, exaggerating that narrative. At a bid of 7 right now, but again 750, let us 750 right now for the bid at 7. 7 is the bid. Let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Ladies and gentlemen, Annibale Carracci is his name. It is a fresco detail with hero and Annibale Carracci. I made our producer smile. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is an original engraving in black ink on cream laid paper from the designs of Carracci and the Palazzo Farnese. And it is a plate that was executed by Carlo Cesio in Rome. It is extremely scarce. Got a bit of 8 right now, would it 8 right now, would it 9? Got a bit of 9 right now, would it 1,000? At 9 right now, would it 1,000? At 9 right now, would it bit of 1,000? Look at 1,000 right now for the bid. Place those power bids, ladies and gentlemen. At a bit of 9. At 9 right now, would it bit of 1,000? Look at 1,000 right now for the bid at 9. At 9 right now, would it could it bit of at 9. 9 right now, would it 1,000? Look at 1,000 right now for the bid. 900 is the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of work that you want to think twice about, because look at the date. Where are you going to find another? Where are you going to find another? This is the first time ever on our show that I've ever represented a work by Annibale Carracci. And let me tell you something, folks. He has, in terms of his valuation, in terms of his mastery of mannerism, he has a very high commanding price in the market. Now, it's very easy for me to talk. It's another thing to show you. So let me back up my words. Let's go to my screen, please. He is big. Look at this. This is one of his records. This is Annibale Carracci. It's the Madonna and Child with St. Lucy and the young St. John the Baptist. Ladies and gentlemen, look at what it sold for. $6 million. $6 million. When was that? It was the 1st of May, 2019 in Christie's, New York. He is a big deal. He is a really big deal. And the fact that we have never had one of his works, I'm talking for myself. I've been doing this show on and off for about 4 years. This is the first time ever in 4 years that I ever have one of these works. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the work of art. Do not miss out on this. Really, do yourself a favor. At this price point, we would be crazy not to place a bid on this. I mean, this is so rare. This is so special. It is so exquisite. This truly is a masterpiece. This is a masterpiece of the high Renaissance Mannerist style with that exaggerated form. It allows us to see with clear optics into the design, into the influences of the age. And the fact is that this engraving creates that Hero and Leander subject that's associated with Annibale Carracci's design. The myth that's drawn ultimately from Ovid and from the late antique poem of Mazaeus tells of the lovers that were separated by the Hellespont. Now, the Hellespont, ladies and gentlemen, Leander swims, take a look, the strait each night to reach Hero, guided by her lamp until a storm extinguishes the light and he drowns. It was a staple of classical iconography and well suited to the heroic narrative mode of Carracci's Roman work. Folks, we got a bit of 12 right now, but a 13 at 12, but a 13 at 12 right now, but a bit upon 13. Look at that 13 right now for the bid at 12 at 12 right now, but a 13 at 12 right now, but a 13 bit upon 13. Look at a 13 right now, but a 13 at 12 right now, but a bit upon 13. Look at a 13 right now, but a 13 at 12 at 12 right now, but a bit upon 13. Look at a 13 right now for the bid. This is the final call. Final call. Final call, ladies and gentlemen, at only 1,200. At 12 right now, but a 13, but about 13. Look at that 13 right now for the bid at 12. At 12, at a bid at 12. At 12 right now, but a 13. At 12, but about 13. Look at a 13 right now, but a 13, but about at 1,300. Ladies and gentlemen, also understand this is dated from the year 1650. Again, you are bidding on something from 1650, roughly 40 years after the artist's death. Now, it belongs to the long tradition of these engravings rather than to Carracci's own printmaking. So an engraver would study a painted, drawn source, here described as a fresco detail. Got 60 seconds. Go ahead and place in your bids, suggesting that it records part of a larger decorative scheme. and translate its forms, its light, and its shade into the disciplined language of the burin. The burin, ladies and gentlemen, is that tool that an artist, that an engraver is going to use upon the surface of a copper plate to create that intaglio. Keep in mind, there are three kinds of prints. There are prints that are done above the plate. Those are known as a relief. A typical example of that is Albert Dürer when he did his woodcuts. You have in the flat surface, that is known as plonography. Another name is lithography. Lithography. Litho means stone. Graphic stone. And of course, then you have inside the plate, which is known as an intaglio. You have the aquatints, you have the engravings, you have the etchings. That is one of the most difficult to do. On top of that, engravings are the most time-honored out of all of master prints. This was the first. The first, ladies and gentlemen, 12 right now, but I get 13. Look at that 13 right now for the bid at 12. At 12 right now, at a bid at 12. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to sell it. Go ahead and get your last and final bids at this time. At a bid at 1,200 right now, but I get 13. Look at that 13 right now for the bid. At 12, what I get 13. At 12, but about 13. Got a bid at 13 right now. Where's our bidder from, John? 13 right now, but I get 14. Colorado takes the lead, 1,300. But I get 14. Look at a 14 right now, but I get 14. Look at a 14 right now for the bid. At 1,300. At a bid at 13. At 13, bid about 14. Look at a 14 right now, but I get 14. Got a bid of 14 right now, but I get 15. At 14 right now, but I get 15. Look at a 15 right now, but I get 15. New York takes the lead. 1,400 right now in New York. 14 right now, but I get 15. Look at a 15 right now, but I get 15. Look at a 15 right now for the bid. At 1,400. At a bid of 14. At 15 right now, but I get 16. 15, bid about 16. 15, bid about 16. Look at a 16. Ohio is first. Ohio at 1,500 right now, but I get 16. At 15, bid about 16. At 15, bid about 16. At 15 right now, what could he 16? Look at a 16 right now. Got a bid of 16. 1,600 right now, but he 17. At 16, bid about 17. At 16 right now, but he bid about 17. At 1,600. At a bid of 16. At 16 right now, but he 17. 1,600 right now, but he 17. Got a bid of 17 right now, but he 18. At 17 right now, but he 18. Look at 18 right now, but he 18. 17 right now, but he 18. At 17 right now, but he 18. Look at 18 right now, but he 18. Look at it. 1,800, ladies and gentlemen. Place those power bids. Again, you're looking at an engraving after. Got a bid of 2. Got that bid. Got a power bid. Got a little power bid. Who's in the lead, John? At 2 right now. Colorado takes it at 2. Colorado takes it at 2. At 2 right now, but he get 21. At 2 right now, but he get 21. At 2 right now, but he could get 21. Look at that 21 right now, but he get 21. At 2 right now. At a bit of 2. That is going once. That is going twice. Third and final opportunity. So congratulations. Well done, well played. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be following this up with the great master himself. It's tough to, let's say, follow this artist. He is often the opening act. You're absolutely gonna love it, and it is none other than Pablo Picasso. Have a look.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into 2 distinct periods, his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and 2 nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted, with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. And I wanted to stand next to this work. This is truly, I mean, you could go into any gallery, you can go into a museum, and you look at this in the back of the room. This is immediately identifiable as a Picasso. Folks, what a great piece. I want to tell you an anecdote. I want to tell you a story that you've probably never heard before. When Picasso was a little boy, he was declared stillborn by the midwife who delivered him. Now, standing in the room next to him was his uncle, who happened to be a physician, and he was pacing on the floor furiously in anticipation of the birth of the little boy. The midwife comes out of the room panicking and tells the uncle that he's not breathing. So the uncle, who was prematurely smoking on a cigar, took a big drag instinctively, ran into the room to the little nephew. He props his mouth open with his two fingers, and he blows the smoke from the cigar deep into his lungs. You know that the little boy started coughing, and he came back to life. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, Picasso was named in honor entirely after his uncle. His name comprised of 17 words. His name was 17 words long. Most of us know him just as Pablo Picasso. But his official name was Pablo Diego José Francisco de Paula Juan Nemampuco María de los Remedios Santísima Trinidad Patricio Clito Ruiz y Picasso. That was his name. And I'm such a nerd, I memorized it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, an extraordinary story that was retold, recounted to a very well-known publication in France called Le Figaro. Now, Le Figaro in Paris, they chased him. Picasso had paparazzi. In fact, it's often said that Picasso was the first artist who had paparazzis running after him. And as a result of one day, he was walking in the beautiful quartier of Le Jardin de Luxembourg, which is in the south part of the Seine River, next to the 5e arrondissement. And he was walking, taking a stroll, and of course, he was instantly recognizable. So the reporters saw him. They ran up to him and says, "Mr. Picasso, we finally caught up with you. Please tell us where your vitality comes from." Because he was very prolific, as we know. And that's the story that he told the reporters. That's the story I just told you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, an artist that is so famous, that is so important, that he doesn't need an introduction. This has become one of, if not the definition of a polymath within the world of art. He, ladies and gentlemen, from the early blue to the rose period, he gave way to Cubism, which he developed with Georges Braque and which fractured objects into these faceted, simultaneous viewpoints and flattened the pictorial space. Now, over the following decades, he moved through neoclassicism, surrealist influenced work, and a politically charged art that culminated in his famous masterpiece known as Guernica, which tells the horrors of the bombing of the Basque town of Guernica, which was, of course, as well, his monumental response to the Spanish Civil War. Now, in 1957, he moved down to Cannes. He was working at his villa, which was known as La Californie, and he produced an extensive series of 58 canvases that were reinterpreting Diego Velázquez's 1656 masterpiece known as Las Meninas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in them he dismantled and recomposed the great court painting again and again, ranging from austere, near monochrome studies to brilliantly colored variations. And the series is preserved as a group at the Musée Picasso in Barcelona. It was a gift from Picasso. Now, he continued to work prolifically until his death on the 8th of April, 1973. That's where he passed away in a place called Mougins, which is in the south of France. And his prints have been exhaustively cataloged by a man called Georges Bloch, B-L-O-C-H, for the graphic work as a whole, and by the way, Fernand Molot for the lithographs. His paintings hold record prices at auction because, ladies and gentlemen, understand what we're looking at here is that the standing of it's a Picasso print, and more specifically, it's an offset lithograph that's printed in color on wove paper. It's done after the original. So the standing of any Picasso print depends entirely on its category. And, of course, Picasso was, being so prolific, being so well-versed in every single medium. Folks, he even invented his own print-making style. I mean, most artists of the time would even dare to do that because they were trying to establish himself. He had the good fortune of already being so established at a young age with the help of his benefactors, Gertrude Stein, for example, Ambroise Vollard, who was a very famous art dealer in Paris, who was the same man who found and collected Cézanne and worked with Chagall and worked with Miro. But the interesting thing here is that there is no other artist that I know of that maintains such a robust market after their passing. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, there are two things I want to mention. Number one, there is a database called artprice.com, which I believe is the largest database of art records and sales at auction ever since, I believe they were established in the 80s. But they have over 950,000 artists. And every single year, ArtPrice ranks those artists in terms of their sales, right? Now, Picasso is the only one that has either ranked number 1 or number 2. He's never fallen below number 2 ever since ArtPrice was founded, ladies and gentlemen. So what does that mean? That means that there is a voracious appetite right now, even right now, in the market for collecting his art. And his market is so hot that there are even posthumous works, ladies and gentlemen, that are selling for posthumous, meaning printed after he passed away, that are selling for as much as $20,000. I'm going to show that to you very shortly. But first, let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Pablo Picasso, the title of the work, Les Minimes, offset lithograph printed in color on wove paper after the original. Now, this is where it gets very interesting. And again, those savvy bidders, those veteran bidders, I know you're going to jump on this. Why? Take a look at the first two words of the edition. First edition. That's right, you're bidding on a first edition 1958 Picasso. The plate was executed in the studio of Draguet Frères and published in a limited edition by Cercle d'Art in Paris in 1958. It is scarce. What does this tell you? 1958. That was printed during his lifetime. This is a lifetime Picasso. Now, folks, allow me, if you will, to show you and to corroborate the information that I was giving you about the value and the demand even for his posthumous prints. Let's go to my screen. Here's an example of a very established gallery who has created lithographs, okay? In this case, take a look at this. Lithograph on arch paper. When was it printed? Look at the years here. 1979 to 1982. When did Picasso pass away? 1973. So 6 years. This was printed 6 years after he passed away. And what is it? And there's an edition of 500. What is it selling for? $15,000. $15,000, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to digest that for a little bit. And guess what? It sells. It really sells. Here's another example. Same thing, posthumous. Take a look at this. This one, printed in 1979, 1982. Again, he passed away in 1973. Also an edition of 500. What's the price of this one? $20,000. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not bidding on a posthumous Picasso. Let's go back to the work of art. This is not a posthumous Picasso. This is a lifetime first edition. $450 to bid it right now, but to give $5. At $450 right now, but to give $5. Look at the $5 right now for the bid. At $450. At a bid of $450 right now, could have given it upon that $5. Look at the $5 right now, would have give $5. Bid upon that $5. Look at the $5 right now for the bid at $450. Ladies and gentlemen, get those bids in. Place your power bids. That's what's going to get you in the lead as well. At a bid of $450. $450 right now, but to give $5. At $450 right now, but to give $5. Look at the $5 right now, but to give $5. Bid upon that $5. Now, speaking of the Les Minimes, dated 1958, understand that this was part and parcel of Picasso's exhaustive year-long dialogue with Velázquez's painting that hangs permanently right now in the famous Prado Museum in Madrid. Now, the painting series itself, it was an extraordinary act of homage and demolition. Picasso isolated figures. He rearranged the cast. He shifted the famous light. He translated Velázquez's illusionistic court into a modern language of flat panes and signs. Now this, ladies and gentlemen, in offset printing, the image is transferred photographically to a plate and then offset onto a rubber blanket before being printed on paper. Now, this is very important to know because these works serve the real purpose in the post-war decades. In fact, they made Picasso's celebrated imagery available to a broad public at accessible prices. And they were often issued by publishers and as exhibition or indeed portfolio prints. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are legitimate objects in their own right, and it is lifetime and it is first state. Now, the present entry, keep in mind, is in excellent condition as well. That's another thing that you want to pay attention to. Folks, we're going to go for a last call. This is going to be a last call on the Picasso. My recommendation, folks, you are bidding on a lifetime Picasso. You are bidding on a first edition. It is published by Draguer Frères. Draguer Frères does not exist anymore. Draguer was originally from Greece. He became a very astute and indeed established printmaker in Paris. He worked in close cohesion with Picasso, not only, but also Matisse, also Miro, also Chagall. And as a result of the timing, 1958, Picasso, by 1958, ladies and gentlemen, he had already achieved superstardom. He had already gone through the Blue Period, the Rose Period, the co-invention of Cubism in 1907 together with André Derain. He then created, of course, famous self-portraits. He made the Guernica piece, which speaks about the atrocities of the Spanish Civil War and the bombing by the Nazis of that Basque town. That now hangs permanently, by the way, in the collection of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, got a bid of 450 right now. And but give 5, look at the 5 right now. But give 5, bid up on 5, look at the 5 right now. But give 5 at 450 right now. Get your last and final bids in at this time. Last and final bids at this time at 450 right now. At a bid of 450 right now, but give 5 at 450 right now, but give 5. Look at the 5 right now, but give 5, bid upon 5. Look at the 5 right now for the bid. Place those power bids. 450 is the bid. Quintessential Picasso. Folks, you don't even, this is what I gotta say. If this is hanging in your home and somebody walks into your home, you know what they're gonna ask you? Wow, you have a Picasso. This is completely representative of the lopsided eyes, of these jagged lines, which was inspired, by the way, when Picasso was living in Montmartre. He would often go to the Musée de Trocadéro, which is not far from the Louvre Museum. There was an exhibition in the early 1900s of African tribal masks. Picasso was enamored by African tribal masks because he found that the jagged lines, the whole profile, and the way in which the physiognomy was established was an exaggerated form that allowed for emotion to be brought out by the viewer. So he maintained that dialogue with these African tribal masks, which inspired him so much that it led to the revolution of Cubism. Folks, we got a last call right now, but give 475, look at a 5. 475 right now, but give 5, look at a 5 right now, but give 5, 475, bid upon that 5. At 475 right now, what give 5. At 475 right now, what give bid upon 5, look at a 5 right now, but give 5. 475 is the bid that is going once, twice, third, and final. So congratulations. Well done indeed, well played. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on, and we are going to be talking about a young man who is precocious beyond his years. It is none other than Pedro Ortiz Munoz. Have a look.
The Fine Art Auction Channel welcomes Pedro Ortiz Munoz, the visionary artist behind captivating steampunk masterpieces. Steampunk art has emerged as an influential genre, capturing imaginations worldwide. With its retro-futuristic aesthetics, Pedro Ortiz Munoz pushes his art beyond boundaries, encouraging intricate works featuring gears, cogs, and elaborate details throughout his masterpieces. Reimagining future filled with fantastical inventions bridging the past and present, celebrating craftsmanship, while acknowledging the potential for progress. Don't miss Pedro Ortiz Mugo's extraordinary works showcased on the Fine Art Auction Channel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. We are live here in our studios in Atlanta, Georgia, and we're dealing with a young man by the name of Pedro Ortiz Munoz. He is a Colombian contemporary artist, and gallery sources state, and we know this for a fact, he was born in 1997, a young man in Bogota, Colombia. Now, according to him, ladies and gentlemen, and according to his publisher, The Drawing, the screenprinter Mixed Media, he has had a very robust influence in a very short amount of time. And what I absolutely love about his imagery, first of all, is that he draws with pencil. Most of his original works are done paper and pencil, and that is it. It's remarkable, the talent that this young man has for the meticulous detail that is brought upon the work. And upon closer visual inspection, you're going to also notice a motif known as steampunk. Now, I have found that a lot of people are confused about the word steampunk, so allow me to elaborate on what that is. Steampunk refers to the Victorian period, the Victorian era, where steam was a novelty. So steampunk envisions a future that was held and kept up with the steam combustion of the Victorian period. It's like we're living today in 2026, but imagine there is no Tesla, there's no electric cars, everything is run by steam. Now, on top of that, there is a little twist, because there is a surrealist nature and a hint of surrealism. I wouldn't even call it a hint. It is pure steampunk surrealism. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this work, if we can zoom in, please. To describe it verbally would not do justice to his talent. And ladies and gentlemen, you just have to look in awe. The minute detail, the entire narrative of the work has that ability to transport you, to take you away from this reality. It brings you a cosmic vision of futuristic steampunk. And I find that for collectors, what's very important to remember is that he is just hit that mark where he is not only up and coming, but he's now being carried by prestigious galleries. That's very recent. So timing sometimes is absolutely of the essence, folks. It really, really is. And a prime example of that is when we're looking at pricing, okay? So technically, in the world of fine art, when we're talking about pricing, for example, when an artist hits the $10,000 mark, that's a big deal. I mean, you have to understand how many artists there are in the world. There's millions and millions and millions of artists on the planet, right? But there is just a handful of them that reach that $10,000 mark. Only a handful, okay? Then it takes time. It takes exhibitions. It takes demand to get to the $20,000 mark, which is very rare. At $20,000 is very rare. Think about how many artists that have reached that mark. There's not many. Considering how many artists there are on the planet. It's a very, very, very minute selection. Guess what? He's just jumped over that threshold. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he has just jumped over that threshold. There has never been a better time than now, John. Let's go to my screen, please. Then now to collect him. Look at this. $23,000. We're looking at $24,000 for an original work by him. This is on eBay. He's got that level. He's reached that level. So, ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of the timing. Let's take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Pedro Ortiz Munoz, Gates number 3 is the title of the work. Now, you are bidding on an original. The $24,000 work of art I showed you was an original. This is apples to apples. The difference is the one I showed you online is bigger. But this is an original pen and ink drawing on wolf paper. It's signed and dated by the artist on the lower right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a unique work. This is a one of a kind. Nobody else in the world will have this. Absolutely take advantage of this opportunity. And in fact, I want to see if I can show you something that will give you a more approximate, a more, let's call it, inside view of who he is. Let's go to my screen, please. So here is that young man, born in 1997. There's Pedro. And this is an example of his dedication. Now, what I'm about to show you is a 6-month project. Sometimes he will take as much as 6 months to create only a single original work of art. Does that tell you a lot about his discipline, about his passion, about his ability to translate this fantastical imagery? Now, you're going to notice when I play the video, it's going to be in Spanish. It's going to say, así se ven 6 meses de trabajo, which means in English, this is what 6 months of work looks like. Take a look, folks. All right, so así se ven 6 meses de trabajo. This is what 6 months of work looks like. And what I love about it is that, you know, he's taken like shots here and there, small little snippets and videos, just showing the creative process. That's why I love this video. But just imagine, 6 months. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why there's a waiting list for some of his larger originals in some galleries. People are actually paying and having to wait because he takes a really long time. And I find that to be exhilarating. I find that to be a profound way of looking at the impact that an artist has. There he is with a original work. He usually paints in the terrace. He now lives in a beautiful city called Medellin in Colombia. There's another work here at $23,999, $24,000. That is for an original. You are bidding on an original. This is apples to apples. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the difference. He's going to be live, John?
2 weeks.
And keep in mind, he's going to be live in the studio. John, I'm glad you told me that. I was not aware. Let's go back to the work of art. Why is that so important that he's going to be in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bit of 1,000 right now. Do you know what happens when an artist comes to our studio? What happens during that show? Like when we had Kef here, pretty much sold out, right? People were competing. I mean, it was a blowout in terms of the sales. So right now, imagine the timing. Before he comes to the show, before these works are going to go for so much more than 1,000, because when the artist is visible, when they are live, it changes the dynamic of the sale, right? So take advantage of it. At $1,000, you can't even touch one of his prints for 1,000. You can't. I want to show you what I mean. Allow me again, ladies and gentlemen, to back up my words. It's easy to talk, but it's another thing to show you what I'm talking about. So with that in mind, let me go ahead and give you an idea, my friends, of what I'm talking about. So right now, you're bidding on an original, okay? But what about his prints? What about his prints? Go to my screen. Look at this. This is a print. It's edition of 95. What's it selling for? $2,500. This is a print. What is it selling for? $2,500. 6 people viewed it today. You're not bidding on a print. You're bidding on an original work, one of a kind. Nobody else in the world will have it. He's one of the fastest rising stars of Latin America, and you're at an original for $1,000. Ladies and gentlemen,
All right, last call.
this is a last call, and so far, one of the best opportunities you've probably seen with Pedro Ortiz Munoz. If you love it, go for it. That's according to our producer here. He reckons that when he is in the studio, these small pieces are probably going to go for around $6,000 to $7,000. And I think he's absolutely right, because I've witnessed that. I've seen that when the artists come to the studio. I've seen what they're selling for. Ladies and gentlemen, you're at $1,000 for an original pen and ink drawing. Think about how long this took him to make it. And let me ask you a question. Very sincere, straightforward question. Let's say you own this in your home, okay? Let's say you own this in your home, and I'm your neighbor, I'm your friend. I come over to your home. I love this work, and I tell you, hey, I'll give you $1,100 for that. I'll give you $1,200 for that. Would you sell it for $1,200? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't sell it for $1,200. But that's what we're at right now. You're at $1,200. Ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of it. At 12 right now, but 13. At 12, what 13, but about 13. Look at that 13 right now for the bid. Got a bid of 13 right now, but 14. At 13, who's in the lead, John? 13 right now, but 14. At 13 right now, but 13. At 13 right now, but 14. Look at that 14 right now for the bid. At 1,300, at a bid of 13. At 13 right now, a lot of callers coming in. Place those power bids. This is going to the top bidder. It is not underbid. It is extremely underbid. Colorado takes the lead right now. 13, but 14. Let it 14 right now. At a bit of 14 right now, but 15, 13, 14, bid about 15, 14, bid about 15. At 1,400 right now, but 15. Look at it 15 right now, but 15. At 14 right now. At 15 right now, but 16. Back to Colorado right now, but 15. Look at it 16, 15, but about 16. Look at it 16 right now for the bid. 1,500 is the bid. 15 with Colorado. Smart bidders. 1,500 right now, but 16. At 15 right now, but 16. Look at it 16 right now for the bid. At 1,500. At a bit of 15. At 15 right now, but upon at 16. Look at it 16 right now for the bid. Got a bit of 16 right now, but 17. At 16, but 17. At 16 right now, but 17. At 16 right now, but 17. Look at it 17 right now for the bid. 1,600 is the bid. At 16 right now, but 17. Back to Colorado. 17 right now. At 17 right now. At 17 right now with Colorado, but upon 18. At 17, but upon 18. Look at 18 right now. Let's look at California. At 17 right now, but 2. At 17 right now, but 1,800. At 17, place those power bids. Place those power bids. 19. At a bit of 19 right now, but 2. Look at that 2 right now, but 2. Bid upon 2. Look at that 2 right now for the bid. I got a bit of 19. At 19 right now, but 2. At 19 right now, but bid upon 2. Look at that 2 right now, but 2. Got a bit of 2. Got a bit of 2. Got a bit of 2. Who's in the lead? John at 2 right now, but 21. Colorado's back in. Smart bidder at 2 right now, but 21. At 2, but 21. Bid upon 21. Look at that 21 right now for the bid. At 2. At a bit of 2 right now, but 21. Look at that 21 right now for the bid. At 2. At 2 right now, but could 21. At 2 right now, but 21. At 2 right now, but could 21. Look at that 21 right now for the bid. 2,000 is in the lead with Colorado. 21 right now. California back in at 2,100. At 21 right now, but 22. At 21 right now, but 22. You're still less than the price of one of his prints. You're still less than one of the price of his prints. I just showed you that online at $2,500 for a print. This is not a print. This is not a print. This is an original pen and ink drawing by one of the fastest rising stars in Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, it is all about timing. 22 right now, but 23. Look at that 23 right now for the bid at 22. At 22 right now. At a bit of 22 right now. At 22 right now, but 23. At 22 right now, but upon at 23. Look at that 23 right now for the bid. 2,200. 2,200. 23 right now, but 24. New bidder, Ohio, on the lead at 2,300. Would get 24. Look at the 24 right now for the bid. At 23 right now, but get 24. At 23 right now, would get bid upon 24. Look at the 24 right now for the bid at 23. At 2,300 right now, but get 24. At 23 right now. At a bid at 23 right now, but get 24. Look at the 24 right now for the bid at 24. Ladies and gentlemen, place those power bids. This is going to be a last warning. Go ahead and place those bids. At a bid at 23 right now, but get 24. Look at that 24 right now for the bid at 23. 2,300 is a bid. At 23 right now. At a bid at 23 right now. At 23 right now, could he get 24? Look at that 24 right now. Last call. We gotta go. I'm not gonna stammer. I'm gonna drop the hammer. At 23 right now, but he get 24. At 23 right now, but he get 24. Look at that 24 right now for the bid. More calls coming in. Place those power bids. More calls coming in. Place those power bids. Do you want to increase your chances of being a successful bidder? Ladies and gentlemen, by playing a power bid, you are going to increase your leverage and you're going to mitigate the chances that you'll lose out. At 23 right now, but he get 24. Look at that 24 right now, but he get 23. At 23 right now, but he get 24. At 23 right now, place those power bids, folks. 23 right now, but he get 24. Last call. We gotta go. 2,300 is the bid. At 23 right now, but he get 24. Got a bid of 24. Who's in the lead? John at 24 right now, but he get 25. At 24 right now, but he get 25. At 24 right now, but he get 25. Look at the 25 right now for the bid. At 2,400. At a bid of 24. At 24 right now, but he get Texas in the lead. At 24 right now with Texas. At 24 right now, but he get 25. Look at the 25 right now, but he get 25. 2,400 right now. Where's Colorado? Where's California? Where's Wyoming? Where's Wyoming, John? All right, we got 24 right now, but he get 25. At 24 right now, but he get 25. Look at it once, twice, third, fair, final warning. And it is so. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you, Colorado. Thank you, California. Thank you, Texas, Wyoming, and everybody else who was bidding. Well done indeed. All right, folks, we're going to be following that up. Thank you. We're going to be following that up. Well done, John. We're going to follow that up with a really exquisite limited edition work. This is stunning. This is large. And again, let's go to my screen. I just want to show you this right off the bat, folks. Right off the bat, this is an example of a limited edition screen print selling right now. You can go ahead and collect it right now. 6 people viewed this today on eBay for $2,500. Okay, right now, this is a live site. Go and check that out on eBay. It's called The Cousin, edition out of '95. So let's go back to the work of art. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about this absolute gem. Now, I love the size. I think it is opportune for any collector who's looking something that's going to stand out. Why? Because this is not typically the size that you're not going to see. It also is quite large. And I think the image itself is so compelling, isn't it? I mean, upon closer visual inspection, you're going to notice this towering object in the back, which is mesmerizing from the perspective of not only what it represents, but it looks like the back fin of an airplane, but then you're going to see there are all these little windows over here. This is almost like as if Salvador Dali and Escher was that famous Dutch optical illusionist. It's almost like Dali and Escher had a stepchild, right? That's what they would be creating. That's what I love about his unbridled imagination. It is just overwhelming how this artist not only is so dedicated. I mean, think about young people today, right, folks? Think about the age of social media, where we have about a 5-second attention span, right? I mean, I know my daughter's right now 22, but when she was a teenager, I couldn't really talk to her. She was on the phone the whole time. She was on Instagram the whole time. So think about a person of that generation that on a single painting will take 6 months, will dedicate 6 months. That's what the old masters used to do 500 years ago. So you have a dedication, a spirit that is unbridled within today's contemporary art market, especially for young artists. I find it exhilarating and I find it impressive. This work is entitled The Wing. It's an original screen print in back. It is hand signed, and it gets even better because, folks, this is an artist proof. The one I showed you online, the print online, edition out of 5, that's a regular edition. What you're bidding on here is not a regular edition. Let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. I want to show you what I mean by that. So what you're bidding on here is an artist proof, and it gets even better. Let's go ahead and take it from the top. Pedro Ortiz Munoz. The title of the work is The Wing. It's an original screen print in black ink on wove paper. It's hand signed by the artist in the lower right, and it's numbered on the verso. That means the back. Now, we should be getting a lot of calls with this because, folks, this is an AP, so you're getting an artist proof, but you're getting what? You're getting the number 1. You're bidding on the number 1 artist proof, the most desirable out of every single edition, ladies and gentlemen. And it gets better because it is from the portfolio of the artist. Think about that for a second. Number 1, artist proof from the portfolio of the artist. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and spin it around so that you can see the verso. You are only at $100. You know what you're going to get for $100? I'm going to show you what you're going to get for $100. Okay, John, you want to see what you're going to get for $100? Do you see this wire here? Yeah. There's the $100. There's your wire. I'm just joking. Take a look at here.
Number 1.
Number 1.
Only 50.
Numero 1. Ichi, as they say in Japanese. Artist proof. Artist proof. Artist proof number 1 at the price of the wire on the back of the frame, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. 100 is the bid. 100 is the bid. 100 is the bid. For everybody just joining us right now, I know we have people who just joined us. I want to be able, folks, to show you what I'm talking about when we are referring to the pricing, okay? So again,
300.
You are bidding on the number 1 artist proof. All right, let's go to my screen for 1 second because, as I promised you, look at this. Let's go to my screen. This is an edition of 95. Do you see where I'm highlighting on my screen? This is not an artist proof that I'm showing you on my screen, but it's selling for $2,500, and they sell very well at that. Look at the price you're at right now. You're at $350. You're less than the price of the frame, and you're getting an artist proof, and you're bidding on the number one. I got a bid of 4. At 4 right now, at a bid of 4. At 4 right now, but I give 450. Look at a 450 right now for the bid of 4. At 4. At a bid of 4 right now, but I give 450. Look at a 450 right now for the bid. Got a bid of 450 right now, but I give 5. At 450 right now, but I give 5. Look at a 5 right now, but I give 5. At 450 right now. At a bid of 450 right now, but I give 5. At 450 right now, but I give 5. At 450 right now, but I give 5. Look at a 5 right now, but I give 5. Bid upon a 5. Look at a 5 right now, but I give 5. Look at a 5 right now, but I give 5. At 450 right now, but I give 5. At 450 right now, but I give 5. Got a bit of 5. Who's in the lead, John? Yep. 450 right now, but I give 5. 475. 475 right now, but I give 5. At 475, would I give bid upon at 5. Look at a 5 right now, but I give 5. At 475 right now, would I give bid upon at 5. Look at a 5 right now for the bid. At 475. At a bid of 475 right now, but I give out for 5. At 475 right now, would I give bid upon at 5. Look at a 5 right now. This is a final call for bids. Don't let this slip through your fingers, folks. 475 is the bid. This is going to the top bidder. You're bidding on the number one. There are only 15 of these on the entire planet. The one I showed you online was out of 95. That was the addition of the one online. And ladies and gentlemen, we had 475 right now, but I give 5. Look at a 5 right now for the bid at 475. 475 is the bid. Place those power bids. At 475, would I give 5. At 475 right now, but about at 5. Look at a 5 right now, got a bid of 5. At 5 right now, but I give 5 1/4. At 5 right now, look at that 550. Do we see 550 right now for the bid at 5? Place those power bids. We're running out of time. 500, extremely underbid. You could add. What do we got? 550 right now. Bev, where's your bidder from? At 550 right now, but I give 6. At 550 right now, but I give 6. Bev, where's your bidder from? At 550 right now, but I give 6. At 550 right now, but I give 6. At 550 right now, but I give 6. Look at a 6 right now for the bid. At 550. At a bid of 550 right now, but a bond at 600. Look at a 6 right now. What do you give it a bond at? We got California. California takes the lead. California takes the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bid with California. At 550 right now, but I give 600. Look at a 6 right now for the bid. At 550, 50 seconds. My goodness, 50 seconds. 550 right now, but I give 600. You're bidding on the number one. You're bidding on the artist proof. You're bidding on one of the fastest rising stars in the Latin American artists. You're bidding on an artist that has just received major gallery representation. This is the stratosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also reached a $20,000 plus mark on his originals. That is a rarity, especially for an artist his age. He is a young man. He was born in 1997. That was the year I graduated from college. So he is a young man. Ladies and gentlemen, 550 right now, but I give 6. At 550 right now, but I give 6. Look at a 600 right now for the bid. We are running out of time. Got a bid of 600 right now, but I give 650 at 6 right now. Where are they from?
Come on, Roxy. Where are they from?
We sorry, I'm laughing. We do have some of our team members at home, so we just asked her where the bidders are from. We're waiting for that. Anyway, we've got a bid of 6 right now, but I give 650. At 600 right now, but I give 650. At 600 right now, but I give 650. Look at that 650 right now for the bid. Oh, they're from Missouri. Okay, Missouri takes the lead at 6. Where's California? At 6 right now, but I give 650. Look at that 650 right now for the bid. At 600. At 600. At 600. And but I give 650. But about 650 right now, but I give 650. Look at that 650 right now for the bid. This is the last call. We gotta go, ladies and gentlemen. At 600. At a bid of
650.
650. Who's taking the lead, John? 650 right now. 650 right now, but I give 7. Who's taking the lead, John? At 650 right now, but I give 7. Look at a 7 right now for the bid. Ohio.
Nice.
Ohio is jumping in. All right, Ohio has got the lead. 700 right now, but I give 750. At 7 right now, but I give 750. Look at that 750 right now for the bid at 7. At 7 right now, but I give 750. Look at that 750 right now for the bid at 7 right now. At a bid of 750. Look at that 750 right now for the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running out of time. The clock is ticking. Tick tock. Tick tock. Make sure you get that bid. You are still under bid. At 750 with Ohio right now, but a give 8. At 750 right now, but a give 8. At 750 right now, but upon at 8. Look at 8 right now for the give 8. At 750 right now, but upon 800. Got a bid of 800. Got a bid of 8 right now, but a 850. Look at 850 right now for the bid at 8. At 8 right now, but a 850. At 8 right now. At 8 right now. At 8 right now. And bid at 50. Look at 850 right now for the bid at 8. At 800 is the bid. 800 is the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very underbid here. Take advantage. 800 is the bid. And Woodgie 850 right now. Woodgie 850 right now. Woodgie 850 right now. Woodgie 850. This is our last call. 800 bid on 850. Look at 850 right now for the bid. At 800, could get 850. At 800 right now, would get 850. Bid upon at 850 right now on the Pedro Ortiz Munoz. And it is hand signed. And it is an artist proof. And it is the number one. 800 right now, but again, 50, 50 right now for the bid at 8. At 800. I'm out of time. That is going once. It is going twice. Third and final. Too late. Right under the wire. We got more bids coming in. We got more bids coming in. It is sold. It is sold. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you, Ohio. Thank you, California. Thank you, Texas, and everybody else. All right.
Late bidders calling in.
Late bidders, guys.
We have a treat for the late bidders.
We have a treat for you indeed, John. This is a gift. So I want you to listen very carefully, ladies and gentlemen, because we have 3 more out of the artist proof edition. The number one, as we know, has already sold. Okay? So what does that mean? That means that the first 3 bidders will get their own edition artist proof out of 15. You're going to get your own edition out of 15, and you're going to love the price. Call in right now. You know it's going to be a great price. You want to hear the price? $450, ladies and gentlemen.
Buy now, no
400? Really? 450?
450.
I want one.
No buyer's premium.
No buyer's premium. 450. First 3 callers will get it. You're getting an artist proof. Ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of that. Take advantage of that. Because when you go into a gallery, when you see an artist proof at $3,000 to $4,000, and you're going to think, wow, I could have got an artist proof for $450. Yes, the time is now. Now you can get it. $450. $450. First 3 callers are going to get it. So ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of that. Whenever you have an opportunity to get an artist proof, don't just get it, jump on it. Jump on it, because an artist of this caliber, with this momentum, with this excitement that is riding up on the wings, it is an opportune time. Now, another thing, ladies and gentlemen, the artist proof, understand, that is an impression that is set aside specifically for the artist. That's how important this is. It is outside the numbered run. And historically, the artist proof was the proof that the artist retained. And because such proofs are typically very rare and very few, they are often the most prized for their scarcity, for their close association with the artist, and a complete certificate of authenticity stating that. You do have that chance right now, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the composition is phenomenal. It relies, there's 2 left, 2 left. Call in right now at $450, you're getting an artist proof. And the composition does rely on that crisp, on that high contrast black shape. That's characteristic, ladies and gentlemen, of screen printing, flat, that graphic registration. So when we're talking about screen printing, we think about Andy Warhol, right? Typically, when we think about silk screening, when we think about silk screen printing, Andy Warhol's name comes up. The difference is that Andy Warhol used to do them on the floor. He had his factory. He called it the factory. That was his studio. He had several studios in New York. One was in the Decker building, and it was called the factory. And that was a place where he would hang out with all his entourage, right? And his favorite word to use was transcendental. He always used, oh, that's transcendental. That's transcendental, right? It's kind of funny. But he gave rise to the silk screen. So what is a silk screen? How is this made? We got 1 left, more callers coming in. 1 left, more callers coming in. So essentially, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting that stencil. The stencil is the original matrix. We got 1 left, ladies and gentlemen, get your bids in. The stencil is the original matrix for that edition. Ink is squeezed past, ladies and gentlemen, silk. There's a screen of silk that's placed on top of the work of art as the ink squeezes through. The stencils, using a system of blocking, are the ones that get it. $450 is the bid. That is it. No buyer's premium. 1 left, ladies and gentlemen, on the Pedro Ortiz Munoz. This is going to go, and it is about to sell. That is going once.
There's one available.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we got to move on. We have 1 left. We have 1 left right now, and we got to move on. That is going once, twice, third, and final. Congratulations. Well done indeed. Well done indeed. And my good friend Richard just arrived, and he brought me a gift. No, he didn't. But anyway, Richard is here. I know he had a hop, skip, and a jump all the way down, ladies and gentlemen, all the way down to Florida. So welcome back, Richard. So ladies and gentlemen, what I want to do right now is we are going to move on to the greatest polymath of the Renaissance period. We are talking about none other than Albrecht Dürer. Ladies and gentlemen, when he went to Rome, the artists of the Cinquecento, the artists of the Italian Renaissance, they were not only enamored, but they were awestruck by his prodigious talent because he was a prodigy. He had originally worked in relief woodblocks, and he had that uncanny ability to create something that nobody else could. Ladies and gentlemen, his name has been universally recognized as the father of the Northern Renaissance. What Leonardo da Vinci was to the Italian or Southern Renaissance, Albert Dürer was to the Northern Renaissance. And that is of paramount importance. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there has never been another Albert Dürer. I have not even seen an artist that even comes close to what Albert Dürer was able to do. Now, he was born in a city of Nuremberg in Germany. He was born in May, folks, in 1471. And what's interesting is that his father was a Hungarian-born goldsmith, and he became the towering figure of the Northern Renaissance. He apprenticed first with his father, then to the painter and printmaker, a man by the name of Michel Wohlgemuth. In that relationship, he absorbed the goldsmith precision and the workshop's command of the woodcut. These are foundations that would shape his entire career. Now, as I was mentioning, he took several journeys to Italy, several journeys to meet the pioneers of the Italian Renaissance. The first one between 1494 and 1495, and the second one between 1505 and 1507. And that trip exposed Dürer to Renaissance theories of proportion, of perspective, and the dignity of an artist. You see, ladies and gentlemen, what did the Renaissance do to the artist? Prior to the Renaissance, an artist was just a craftsman. During the Renaissance, that stature was elevated to an absolutely unprecedented level. Artists like Michelangelo, like Botticelli, like Da Vinci, like Titian, they were raised to the level of gods. It was incredible. When Michelangelo passed away, all of Rome came out on the streets. They were mourning him. That would have never happened 200 years before because an artist was not valued. But these artists raised the mantle of not only perfectionism, but by using the influences of Greek Stoicism, by using and going back to the ethics, to the morality, to the fine drawing, to the sculptures of ancient Greece and ancient Rome. That was the pedestal of their inspiration, which they were so enamored with and created imagery that even today, ladies and gentlemen, even today, we wonder how such great masters were able to do it. Part and parcel of that evolution as well were four fundamental underpinnings which comprised of the Renaissance period. So, ladies and gentlemen, what was it that the Renaissance contributed to humanity? Number one, oil painting on canvas. Prior to the Renaissance, everything was a tempera done on wood. Oil painting on canvas was invented by a man called Paul van Eyck. That was Jan van Eyck's brother. So he raised the mantle of creativity to a level that it was never done before. The second thing was perspective. The third thing was chiaroscuro. Chiaroscuro means light versus dark. That is a technique that was pretty much brought to its maturity by Leonardo da Vinci. And then lastly, the fourth underpinning of the Renaissance period was the pyramid configuration. That is clearly noted in works such as the Mona Lisa or La Gioconda, as the Italians call it. Let's go ahead and take a look at that certificate of authenticity. Albert Dürer, Christ before Caiaphas. It's a woodcut in black ink. Now listen carefully. With extensive hand coloring. Yep. This is so important. I'm going to say this again. This has extensive hand coloring. Have you ever bid on a Dürer with extensive hand coloring? I have never offered one. I've never offered one. It's executed by Virgil Solis after the designs of Dürer, and it is monogrammed on the block. Ladies and gentlemen, this was printed in 1550 with German text verso as published. Look at those two last words. It's not rare. It is extremely Rare. A hand-colored Jura woodcut is extremely rare. At a bit of 1,000 right now, but 11. 1,000 right now, but 11. Look at 11 right now. Got a bit of 11, but 12. At 11 right now, but a bit upon 12. Look at 12 right now for the bid. Got a bit of 12 right now, but 13. At 12 bit upon 13. At 12 bit upon 13. What a 13 bit upon 13. Look at 13 right now for the bid at 12. At 12 right now, but 13. At 12 bit upon 13. Look at 13 right now for the bid. At 12 right now, but 13. At 12 bit upon 13. At 12 13 right now, but 14. At 13 right now, what 14. Look at 14 right now, and bit about 14. At 12 right now, 13 right with 14. At 13 right now, what 15. Got a mini power bid of 15. Who's in the lead? John. 15 right now, but 16. At 15 right now, what 16. Pennsylvania in the lead at 15. At 15 right now, what 16. At 15 right now, bid upon at 16. Look at 16 right now for the bid. At 15 right now, what bid upon at 1600 right now for the bid at 15. At 15 right now, what 16. At 15 right now, bid upon at 16. Got 16 right now, but 17. At 16 right now, but 17. Connecticut takes the lead. Pennsylvania, where are you? At 16 right now, but 17. At 16 right now, would give it upon at 17. Look at 17 right now for the bid. I got a bid of 16. At 16 right now, but upon at 17. At 16 right now, would give it upon 17. Look at 17 right now for the bid. At 17 right now, got a bid of 17 right now, would 18. Illinois takes the lead at 17. Would 18. At 17 right now, but upon 18. At 17 right now, would give it upon 18. Look at 18 right now, would 18. At 17 right now, but upon at 18. At 1700, at a bid of 17. At 17 right now, would give it upon 18. Look at 18 right now for the bid. At 17, hand-colored Albert Jura. 18 right now, would give 19. 18, but about 19. 18, but 19. At 18 right now, would got Connecticut in need. At 18 right now, but 19. At 18 right now, would get 19, but about 19. Look at 19 right now for the bid. And this is that woodcut. This is that relief technique that Albert Jura perfected. The design stands up in raised lines after the surrounding wood is cut away. These lines, these are inked. These are printed, and its monogram AD appears in the block of the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, its presence is one of the features by which an impression is identified. This is from 1550, the year 1550. Look at the condition. Look at the impeccable condition of its Albert Jura. And that year is the single most important entry on any certificate, ladies and gentlemen, for this sheet. Keep in mind that Jura passed away 1528. So an impression of around 1550 was extremely popular. This is a posthumous impression from the original block. Yes, it's taken from the original block. And then it was hand-colored, and it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. This is a museum work, folks. This is not something that you will find anywhere. And these impressions are so desirable. They're so collectible, especially if they're hand-colored. So there is exhaustive documentation in the standard catalogs of Jura's prints. Now we're talking about the catalogs of Barsch. We're talking about the catalogs of Meder, of Schoch, of Mende, and Schachbaum. These are all catalog raisonnés. And this records the sequence of scenes, the states of the blocks, the characteristics of later printings. Folks, you are at a bid of only 1,800. Look at 19. At 18 right now, but upon 19, would give 19. Look at 19 right now for the bid at 18. 18 right now would give it upon 19. Look at 19. This is a last call. I am starting to lose my voice, so it's good that Richard is here. He's going to help me a little bit. 18 would give 19. 18 but upon 19. 18 would give 19 but upon 19. Look at 19 right now would give it upon 18. 18 right now would give 19. Look at 19 right now for the bid at 1800. At a bit of 18. 18 would give 19. Look at 19 right now but upon 19. Look at 19. 18 but upon 19. 18 but upon 19. 18 but upon 19 would give 19 but upon 19. Look at 19 right now for the bid. 1800 is the bid at 18. At 18. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have that much time left. Keep in mind, hand-colored Albert Jura. And the proper authority for this work is the standard Albert Jura literature against which the impression can be placed and dated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the buyer's market. This is that low-hanging fruit. This is what everybody watching right now should be bidding on. Now, the composition concentrates on the drama in the foreground, the seated Caiaphas, the standing Christ, the press of helmeted soldiers with a townscape glimpsed beyond. Now, I am going to hand it to Richard shortly because I need a glass of water, and I'm running out of my voice here, Richard. But what I do want to show you is my screen. I want to show you my screen. Let me just bring that up for 1 second. It is on Art Price, folks. It is on Art Price, and I want you to take a look at this. because with everything, I spend hours doing research to make sure that I not only have the price comparisons, the biographies, and everything else that you need. Now, what I'm showing you on my screen, let's go to my screen, please, is not, and I repeat, is not hand-colored. Is not hand-colored. This one sold at $10,000. It's Christ before Caiaphas, and this one sold on the 6th of May, 2021 at the Swan Galleries in New York. Let's go back to the work of art. Let's go back to the work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, you're at a bid right now. We don't have much time left. You're at a bid of $1,800. 18 is the bid. I'm going to hand it over to Richard. He's going to take it over from me.
Thank you very much, Dave. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and I'm going to give you 1 minute final call for bids. 1 minute final call for bids. I have Michael in the lead on the hand-coloured work here, ladies and gentlemen. Hand-coloured Albrecht Dürer. This is absolutely phenomenal from 1550. I don't know what you're thinking of, but where on earth can you possibly find something like this in the first place, but for the price of a modern-day hand-signed limited edition by just about any artist? Just about any artist. You'd have to pay easily $1,800. Ladies and gentlemen, this should be making easily somewhere, I think very fair is 6,000 to 7,000 on the show for a hand-coloured Dürer, but it is about to go. You've got about 15 seconds to go, then 1,800, Michael. You're in the lead, thank you. 18 is bid, 18 bid, 19 bid, thank you. At 19 bid, a new bidder from New York. At 1,900, at 1,900, come on, I'll take 2,000 now. Come on, at 19, that's how you do it. At 19, come on, I'll take one more. At 19, another one off anyone at 19. Now at 19 bid, hand-coloured, 2,000, Michael back in at 2,000, at 2,000 bid, at 2,000, come on Karen, lovely to see you my dear, at 2,000 bid with Michael then, at 2,000, 3 bidders on the phone now, at 2,000, let's go, at 2,000, at 2,000, I like to give you fair warning, 22, good bid, at 22, I've got the bid with Michael now, at 22, I'm losing my voice, I'll have to hand it back to Leif in a second, at 22, 23. Lovely to see you, lovely to see you, 22, good evening Texas, at 22 is bid, 22, on sale. Final call, ladies and gentlemen, at 22, and it's about to go, at 22, is there anyone else? Karen, are you in? At 22, Beverly, I've got to go. I'll give you 15 seconds. 23 is in with Texas. Good evening, Texas. Thank you for the bid. At 23, Michael, you've been a fantastic bidder. Don't lose it now. At 23, 24, it's back with Michael. At 24 bid. At 24, and I'll take 25 to move on. At 24, another one off anyone at 24, and it's about to go. At 25, that's like it, Texas. At 25, it is Texas in the lead. And Michael's bidder, where did he come from, Kim? Good evening, how are you? 25, where was Michael's bidder from? Did you remember? Connecticut, thank you very much, at 25. 25 is bid. 25, Connecticut, you've been fantastic. Don't lose it. It is very, very rare. At 25 and I'm selling. At 25 and it's about to go. At 25 and I'm selling now. On sale, Connecticut, yes or no, I've got Texas in the lead. At 25 and it goes. At 25 and I'm selling now. At 25, Connecticut, last chance. Connecticut's out, 25, Texas money. Thank you, Connecticut. You were a fantastic bidder all the way there. Sorry you missed out this time. At 25, and it goes to our wonderful bidder from the great state of Texas. The gavel's high. So, 25, and well done. I do apologise for being late, Leif and John, but lovely to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all well. Hope you had a wonderful, wonderful time. I just flew up from Tampa. Very, very hot down there, I can tell you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, great to be here. And now we do have something very, very special for you. John, is this the very first resin from the studio of the great Harry Bunce.
It is.
Didn't I arrive in time, Leif? Ladies and gentlemen, for the launch of the first ever resin on canvas by the one and only Harry Bunce.
I got started in art as a very young child. I think it's just something that came naturally to me. At school I was known as the one who was good at art, which I think is a common thing with a lot of artists. And then I went to the local art school. Then it all changed slightly for me because they almost killed my love of art. And then I did a bit of a U-turn at about age 20 and I went into fashion. Yeah, despite, I think, looking back, my heart not being completely in the fashion world, I think a huge turning point was when I attended a 40th birthday party, and the only thing all these people I hadn't seen for 20 years asked me was, "Hi Harry, how's the art going?" And that is when I knew I was on the wrong road. I got back into the art world. That was a frightening thing to do, but I was determined to do it. So I just worked around my other commitments. I wanted to appeal to everyone. So then I thought, well, I'll do things that I like. So I like storybooks, I like Beatrix Potter. I wanted it to be accessible, and I also wanted it to sort of not be arty. So I went with that, and once I focused on that, I was off. Now I've established my character, which is generally a rabbit. I think people who like my work like to see what he's going to do next. I think the rabbit character in my work is really me. Rabbit is an underdog, which I think I'm a bit of an underdog in the art world. He just gets up to stuff, so it actually makes it easier for me, I think, the fact that I have a solid character. I wouldn't see myself as a street artist, but I do use street art techniques. Aerosols, I do use stencils, wax crayons. It's just got that feel about it that is in the ether at the moment, I think. As an artist, I think you're a bit of a sponge, so your inspirations come from unexpected places. On the piece behind me, these markings are from Neolithic stone carvings. I don't know why I'm interested in that, I just am. I just find it fascinating, like on little corners of Stonehenge or something like that. There's these markings that have been there for centuries and centuries, and so I've incorporated them into the work just because they're lovely patterns. The proudest moment in my artistic career was when the great Jamaican music producer and musician, Mr. Lee Scratch Perry, wore a t-shirt with my rabbit emblazoned on it. That was my proudest moment. For the future, I hope to carry on the course I'm on. I'm very much enjoying it. I cannot believe I make a living from art. It says artist on my passport now, and I just hope that I can reach more people in the States, Australia. I recently had a breakthrough in Taiwan. I just love it. I just want to carry on.
All right, folks, we're back live in our studios here in Atlanta, Georgia. We're talking all about Harry Bunce. He was born in 1967, raised in a small village in a place called Hampshire in England. He was the first member of a family of builders to take a degree. Now, after a brief and discouraging spell at a local art school, he moved west. He moved to a place called Bristol, where he studied fashion and also textiles. Now, he went on to spend roughly 2 decades working in the fashion industry before he returned seriously to art at around 2007. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's largely self-taught as a fine artist, and he became known for a cast of anthropomorphic animals, the rabbits, the foxes, the cats, the other creatures, that his gallery is described as cute but rarely cuddly. Now, drawing on a tradition of British children's illustration, while injecting a darker, faintly menacing undertone, his images have been characterized as Potter meets Tarantino, and they sit at the meeting point of folk art, illustration, and fine art. Now, a pivotal development was his collaboration with the Bristol screen printing studio Screen One, whose printers have also worked with street art figures such as Banksy and Nick Walker. Now, folks, that partnership sharpened the graphic, hard-edged quality of his work, and it broadened its appeal, helping him build a loyal following within Bristol's vibrant art scene and beyond. He's now based in rural Somerset, and he is an established figure on the British contemporary scene. He's a vocal defender of the countryside and of the wildlife that populates his imagery, and his work frequently carries an environmental charge. Now, his pieces are handled by a number of UK galleries, and they appear regularly on the secondary market, which makes a clear studio or gallery certificate the natural reference point for any individual work, including the present hand-finished canvas. Now, his work is handled by a number of UK galleries and appears regularly on the secondary market, where his distinctive animal imagery has built a recognizable following. Now, for an individual piece, and especially for a hand-finished variant, that's what you see here, my friends, the representing gallery certificate and a clear provenance are the natural reference point. So this is a stunning work, especially since he's adding resin to it. The title of this work is Art Class. So what you're bidding on here, my friends, is a mixed media work on canvas. It's hand-signed, and it's described as one of a series of unique variants and finished with diamond dust that's set beneath a coat of resin. Now, it belongs to the hybrid territory between an original and an addition that has become common in contemporary practice, where a shared underlying image is individually handworked so that no two pieces are identical. So the phrase, series of unique variants, is the key to understanding how the work was made. So rather than printing an edition of identical impressions, the artist here in this case produces a run in which each canvas is separately finished in color, embellishment, or applied material, so that every example is a one-off. And for a collector, this offers that individuality of a unique object together with the recognizable imagery of a known artist. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to do at this time is show you what his market looks like. Let's go to my screen, please. Here's an example of a Harry Bunce. This is an original mixed media on wood panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are also bidding on an original mixed media. The difference between what you see on my screen, okay, compared to what you see on stage right now, is that the one on stage has diamond dust and it is under resin. This is one of his newest creations. In fact, what you're looking at on the screen, or sorry, in the studio, was released this year. It's a brand new release. Let's go back to the work of art. So, ladies and gentlemen, when Richard comes back, he's going to show you that diamond dust, and he's going to show you that resin. And that is a spectacular aspect of this work of art, because the diamond dust under resin treatment, it is a finishing technique rather than a drawing or printing method. And this fine glittering dust is applied to the surface and then sealed beneath a poured, glassy layer of resin. And it gives that work that literal sparkle and a sense of depth that really shifts as the viewer moves. So every time that you walk by this work of art, every time you look at it, folks, it's going to have that glitter. It's going to have that shine. So it is that decorative, market-oriented finish. And as noted elsewhere in this sale, the same descriptor recurs on other lots. So, ladies and gentlemen, the hand signature affirms, obviously, the artist's involvement in finishing this particular canvas. And for a living gallery-represented artist, the genesis of such a piece is documented not by external scholarship, but it is documented by the studio. And the certificate records the variant, the year, which Richard will cover very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, now, as a physical object, okay, the work's appeal and the value of this work rest substantially on its finish. So condition is absolutely integral. The clarity and integrity of that resin layer, which has that evenness of the diamond dust and the state of the canvas, these should all be assessed directly. Richard's now going to read you that certificate.
Thank you very much, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, this is lot 507. Now, we haven't really shown you the diamond dust and the resin just yet, but it is called Art Class, and it is by the fantastic Harry Bunce. Is there something wrong with the graphics, John? I haven't seen a bit up there just yet. What the... blazes is going on? Here we go, original mixed media work with diamond dust under resin. We should be at about 2,000 already in the bidding, and I think if you get these, John, when they're in the galleries, I don't think you'll be getting these much under about 4,500, 5,000, do you?
That's fair.
Yeah, I think that's it's got to be fair. They are a series of unique variants.
500.
Thank you, that's a bit better. Let's get underway then. Hand signed by the artists on the verso. It's from a series of unique variants executed by Harry Bunce in 2026. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen, our great artist Kev, he really started the ball rolling for us with the resin artwork, but it's not unique to him. There are many great artists around the world, particularly in Europe, that are using this because the galleries discovered probably about 7-8 years ago, John, and I know that we discussed this with Kev 5 years ago, but it was lovely to get them here. But ladies and gentlemen, what I can tell you is this has been the most popular thing in the galleries in Europe for about 7 years now. So let's have a look at this. It is not glass, as you see. That is the resin. The resin is poured onto the canvas. Now, the work is colorful in its own right, but when you put that resin on, look how the colors just pop. I mean, if that was an acrylic painting, and or another medium, they wouldn't be as vibrant or as glossy as that. But once you put the resin on, the colors really come to life. I can see little things in here like the crown from Jean-Michel Basquiat. I can see other great artists as well included in this piece. But obviously his signature rabbits, the love hearts. This is just a delightful piece. John, could you turn the lighting down? I'd love to see just how much diamond dust is in this. So let's have a look at it. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the artists, they do seem to like working with the diamond dust and the resin together. It just creates a beautiful effect, whether it's during the bright sunshine in your home or if it is dimly lit. So you could have a beautiful multi-million dollar home on the beach in Texas, or a home in the mountains, maybe in Colorado. But wherever it is, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to bring a lot of vibrancy, a lot of life to your home. So, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic, fantastic piece. Let's get bidding on this one, and let's give you 2 more minutes with Leif. Thank you, Leif.
So, ladies and gentlemen, understand what you're bidding on, as I was mentioning before, it is that mixed media with the diamond dust and the resin. And of course, Richard was showing that to you. And I find that to be a very aesthetically mesmerizing aspect of how resin, which not only gives you that look and feel of glass being in front of the work, but what happens is that you combine painting with applied glitter-like dust, and it's that poured epoxy resin coat. So the mixed media, folks, it basically signals that more than one material or technique is at work. Understand that that is very popular, especially when it comes to urban artists today. Now, there's another thing that I want to mention to you, and that is the designation of the series as unique variants. That is equally important because that indicates that these are individually finished works. And ladies and gentlemen, the hand signature as well affirms that personal involvement by the artist. And for a contemporary artist, that signature, together with that certificate, is the principal assurance of authenticity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to mention that Bunce's images, and if you look at this one right here in particular, they have this clean illustrative drawing aspect to that. And of course, that oftentimes that unsettling undertone or narrative. The mood oftentimes is quite whimsy as well. There's something that I love about this work in particular, and that is that it is very reminiscent of Raoul Dufy. Raoul Dufy was a French fauvist at the turn of the last century, who oftentimes would create these bold, bright, vibrant colors, and then he would have black that he circles around those works. And to me, when I'm looking at Harry Bunce's work, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I just got to tell you this. When we look at our place of abode, in other words, to our house, where we live, right? This is the kind of art, and I want to simplify this as much as possible. I want you to imagine this, okay? You've had a really tough day. We are all human beings. We all have good and bad days, right? Imagine a day that is, you know, doesn't turn out to be as great. Now imagine that this work is the first thing you see when you open out the door to your house or apartment or wherever you may live. Do you know what happens? The second you open up that door, all that stress, all that pent-up energy is just going to melt away because you're not at your house, you are now at your home. That becomes your home. So to have that kind of welcome, ladies and gentlemen, by something so bright, something that defines the actual aspect of the vibrancy, and this is the work for you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Leif. And we are going to give you one final minute now, ladies and gentlemen, one final minute. The final call for bids. I can't believe, John, we're at 7:50. You can't even get, ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's get real. You can't even get an unframed print on paper signed by this artist. Unframed, a little print on paper, you can't get it. There's 90 galleries represent him in the UK. John, are there only 5 of these in the world, the unique variants?
That's correct.
Only 5 of these in the world. How long do you honestly think it would take 90 dedicated, fantastic galleries in the UK to sell the top art star? This should be selling here tonight, I think, somewhere reasonable, let's say $2,000. You're way under the money. I think $2,000 would be low for it, but it should be about 4.5 in a gallery. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it now. 800 bid. 800 bid. You've got about 5 seconds. Final call for bids. Final call for bids. I hope that helps you, ladies and gentlemen, by having that red banner and the final call, because we want to try and eliminate having late bidders. It's most unnecessary after 17 or 18 minutes on a piece. But there we go. Seems to happen. 850, yes or no? 850. Come on, give me your best and final bids now. 850, 850 bid. 850, and I'm selling the resin work. Only 5 of these in the world. 850 bid. 850, 850. Come on, give me 9. Give me 9, give me 9, give me 9 now. Give me 850, 850, give me 9. 850, another 50. 850 on sale. This is crazy. Crazy, but it's true. Nothing I won't do. Let's sell it to you. 850. Come on, give me your best and final bids. Anyone else, yes or no? On sale, and maybe the gavel's high. We're out of time. You got it. Congratulate you, better. Well done. Thank you very much. Well done there, ladies and gentlemen. We move on with the show, and coming up now we switch gears. Now we're into Leif territory, because we're talking about an absolute master of the 20th century. And this is an artist that Leif has studied as part of his professorship. He did years and years of study on artists like this. But actually, I have to say, Leif, that I was lucky enough once to acquire one of these works by this artist. It is the late, great Robert Rauschenberg. And John, I believe it's a historic piece, because we're actually bidding on an amazing, amazing triptych. It's called Blue Line Swinger. Blue Line Swinger. And it is a lithographic triptych, ladies and gentlemen, printed in colors on woven paper. It is hand-signed. It is numbered, and it is dated by the artist on the lower edge. It was example number 60. Now, there were 68 of these created in 1991. So about 35 years ago, this was created. Isn't it amazing? 1991 is 35 years ago, Leif. Extremely rare and important. Now, this piece is just unbelievable. The main signature is over here. That's Rauschenberg's very, very distinctive signature here. We have the edition number here, 60 out of 68. There is also the part 2 and then part 3 over here. So this, ladies and gentlemen, must stay together. John, I mean, how do you value this? I mean, it could be something like this in a New York gallery. I wouldn't be surprised if someone put it up for somewhere around $35,000, $40,000 for this, because he is a legend of the pop art world, ladies and gentlemen, with Warhol and all the great artists like Keith Haring and Basquiat. Rauschenberg, hand-signed, 3 works, they're all coming as one, so one bid acquires all 3. Ladies and gentlemen, this should be, I think, a fair guide price around, John, would you say 18 to 20,000 in the auction for something like this?
Yes, I'll do it.
18 to 20,000. Let's start it at $2,000 and let's sell it to the highest bidder. Come on, that's fair. Let's get going.
All right. My screen, please. I want to give you a formal introduction. This is such a big name. I could very well tell you his biography, but I think if you get the visual, it will make even more sense. Take a look at this.
Rauschenberg. 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 Rauschenberg.
I think of him as really the greatest collagist probably who ever lived.
You know, there was all these distinct movements, art and pop art and abstract expressionism and conceptual art, and he somehow didn't fit easily into any of those camps, but he used images from all those camps.
How an artist functions and what the artist's role is, the parameters of art, the nature of art, what is the bottom line, what is the least thing you need, what can you get rid of and still have a work of art. He initiated those things. He was one of the inventors of post-war art world.
Movies are really a gigantic collage, you know, now. The juxtaposition of one image against another. When you look at Rauschenberg, that's exactly what it is. Things that don't always go together. And it's what film always is, which is what his work is. It's that really beautiful balance between real world, using the real world to make art.
He is one of the first people, if not the first, to explode the surface of the painting into the world of the viewer.
They do require a bit of work from the viewer. Just when you think you're in your comfort zone, it's disrupted by something quite visceral.
Our tendency is to seek a narrative, and he presents possibilities of that, and then he undercuts it.
He was kind of thinking outside the box in a way and subverting the role of the artist, you know, that he was tweaking art history.
You know, the whole notion of taking a de Kooning drawing and just erasing it, rubbing it out, I don't know, he said it cost 50 or 500 erasers rubbers to get rid of it. And then you end up with nothing. Well, you don't, actually. You end up with something unbelievably amazing. Probably much more relevant than the original de Kooning drawing. And you think, what kind of brain can do that, to think that up?
I love the idea of the erased de Kooning because of the whole process of making marks and erasing them and what you decide to leave and when you decide you're finished. It seemed like collaboration was a very important part of what he did, and so many artists work in isolation. It was just interesting that he chose to do things in a different way. There was an awareness of performance, or that idea of not just the awareness of looking, but also being looked at, seemed to be something that he was conscious of. And that would have become more pronounced, I guess, by being around dancers. That idea of his life and his work being one, and him not having boundaries about where one ended and one began.
The conversation he had at the time with Jasper Jones, Cajun Cunningham, so this group of people at the Black Mountain College, the fact that they were changing motif and yet had a quite singular practice. The fact that most of the work they were doing at the time was conversational.
We were all, borrowing off each other like mad.
His attitude towards the visual world is very like John Cage's attitude towards the world of sound. Everything is part of our visual world, so therefore everything can be drawn into a work of art.
The naturalness in which photography was and is integrated in Rauschenberg's work encouraged me to think of it equally freely. The simultaneity of news pictures and painterly gestures, I think that really struck me.
It's always that fine line, that balance between fiction and truth. And is it real or is it not? Well, it doesn't have to be real, actually. It's a semblance of reality, but you're using reality.
Our ability to make images is so extraordinary, and so much of our understanding of the world is dependent on that capacity, which is in us. It's not in the images, it's in us. His sense of the complexity of the bombardment of us with disparate things from which we try to assemble a picture of the world, a picture of ourselves. That seems very critical.
When you use found objects and people know what those found objects are, they're immediately sort of at ease because it's something that they have a place in their lives.
What Rauschenberg probably did was to show us that actually in everyday things, in the detritus of life, and can be something quite beautiful.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave it right there. Let's focus on the artwork, please, at this second. So, folks, there's something that I'd like to relate to you when it comes to Rauschenberg's art, because he follows in a very impressive lineage of Dadaism. So let me explain the progenitor. Let me talk about the founder of Dadaism. So I believe it was 1917 or 1918, there was a very famous artist in Paris by the name of Marcel Duchamp. Now, Marcel Duchamp did something quite uncanny and, if I may say, extraordinary. He took a men's urinal, yes, a men's urinal, and he put it upside down in a park and labeled it a work of art. Of course, people were scandalized. People were laughing at it. It says, what are you doing? I mean, the men's urinal is not a work of art. But it became recognized with time as truly a work of art. But to understand why it was considered a work of art, you need to understand what Dadaism was all about. So if you've not heard about the term Dada, that was a short-lived movement that was the precursor to Surrealism. Ladies and gentlemen, it arose out of the atrocities of the war. When Europe was gripped by the odious apparatus of the Nazi war machine, and this was actually First World War, so before the Nazis, keep in mind that people, their lives, their livelihoods across Europe was uprooted. They were in war mode. Now, people felt the war was so ridiculous, so many unnecessary deaths of young people and of families being torn, that the world of art became representative, as it usually did. Keep in mind that artists are usually chroniclers of the times they live in. So out of nothing came this movement. Now, the movement comes after the words that a small child will say before they can establish a vernacular. So the words that children normally say before they say mommy or daddy is da, 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 right? So dada makes no sense, right? So that's why the word Dadaism arose. It's because the world made no sense to people anymore during the big First World War. And as a result of that, it took on a playful and theater-like aspect. Because in Paris, during that period, there were plays that were being performed that were called Dadaist plays. So if you were sitting in a theater in Paris and you watched the Dadaist plays, you know what you would see? You would see children running around, yipping like dogs. You'll see other people banging on pans, making a noise. You'd see other people screaming, running. It was utter and complete chaos. Now you understand where the word came from and what it was meant for. It was talking about the ridiculousness of war that made no sense, hence the word Dada. Now let's go to Rauschenberg, because Rauschenberg is called a neo-Dadaist. Neo-Dadaist. So he took what Marcel Duchamp did with that men's urinal, and he brought it into the latter part of the 20th century. But he brought it in such a way to represent what abstract expressionism lacked. Because right before Rauschenberg, there was a movement called abstract expressionism. The two main proponents were Jackson Pollock, William de Kooning. Now, abstract expressionism was the most defiantly abstract form of art that was ever created. And when galleries in New York were seeing them, of course, some people loved it, but for most people, it made no sense. So what Robert Rauschenberg did is he took the nonsensical aspect of the early precursor, being the Dadaist movement, and then he metamorphosized that into a neo-Dadaist movement, and he started to do what's called combines, where he would literally take all kinds of materials that he would find on the street, and he'd put it together, creating statues, creating monuments, very much like what Marcel Duchamp did with the men's urinal. And because of Rauschenberg, he is so pivotal to art history that it was because of him that we got pop art. Folks, if it wasn't for Rauschenberg, there wouldn't have been the likes of Warhol, of Jim Dine, of Jean-Michel Basquiat. It wouldn't happen. This is how important Robert Rauschenberg is, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, besides the importance, it also, by the way, shows you how people revere him as one of the most important figures in art history. How much is he revered? Let's go to my screen. So here's an example of a Rauschenberg, just to give you an idea how big he was. This sold for $88,805,000. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the power of Rauschenberg. When was it sold? 15th of May, 2019, in Christie's, New York. And Richard is running to the podium, and he will read you that certificate of authenticity.
Thank you very much, Leif. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go then. 38. Who's in the lead, John? I see bidding going on. Virginia. How lovely to see you. There must be a Maryland bidder somewhere nearby, because I don't know. Have you ever noticed that, Leif? Whenever Virginia or Maryland bid, they're always bidding against each other. New York love to bid against New Jersey. I forget who. Texas just likes to bid against anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. This is lot 508, and it is the lithographic triptych. The first time in 40 years of auctions, I know I don't look old enough, but in 40 years of auctions, I have ever had a triptych by a master of this nature. A master of the art world of this nature. I've never had a triptych like this. Blue Line Swinger is the title. Lithographic triptych, meaning 3 pieces, printed in color on woven paper, hand signed and numbered and dated by the artist along the lower edge. He created 68 of these 35 years ago, back in 1991. He hand-signed each of the 68. They are extremely rare. They are important works. So important, Leif, that this has to be in a museum somewhere in America. And if it's not, then perhaps whoever, you know, if you're fortunate enough to acquire this, I'm sure the Smithsonian Institute would love to talk to you, or one of the great museums of America. This wonderful, wonderful piece, John, I'll tell you what, they'd like this in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Lot 508, Blue Line Swinger. He is a legend of the art world, and ladies and gentlemen, this is your chance to acquire it. I think 18 to 20 for this is very, very fair. We're at 4,000 is the bid. Who's in the lead at the moment, John? At 4,000. 4,000. Nevada, lovely to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, so I'll give you 2 minutes with Leif. Don't forget what you're bidding on. And let's just quickly measure one of these. All three are the same, obviously. The framing alone on this, John, about $2,500. Would you say that's fair? That's about $800 roughly each, ladies and gentlemen. So you've got about $2,500 in custom framing here, and that is not going to be good enough, the 3-foot ruler. So I'm going to have to borrow Ray's very, very special 4-foot ruler. We normally keep this in a glass case, ladies and gentlemen, but it's 33 inches across, 33 inches across, and then the height on this one, 41, 33 by 41, hand signed. The edition, 68. When was it created? 1991. The year is here on the bottom right-hand corner. It's also numbered on the other pieces as well. These stay together. There's 3 of them. You're bidding on them. There's $2,500 of framing there. Let's get bidding, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes with Leif, and then the hammer comes down. Let's get bidding.
Well, you know, Richard, you were talking about museum collections. America's preeminent museum, when I'm talking about preeminent, I'm talking about a national foundation, is the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I had the good fortune of visiting that place, I would say a good over 100 times, because that's where I went to university in Georgetown in Washington, D.C. And when I studied art history there, the curator of the National Gallery of Art happened to be my art professor. So I was very fortunate as a result of that. And the first exhibition that I ever went to in the National Gallery of Art was a Vermeer. But do you know that this selection was what the National Gallery of Art chose to hang in their permanent collection? Let's go to my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. National Gallery of Art, America's preeminent museum. What do they have? Blue Line Swinger, 1991, Rauschenberg. Color lithographs on 3 sheets of gray Dieudonné handmade paper. Can you walk in to America's preeminent museum, and when you see it there, can you go to the curator and say, I want to buy that? Will they sell this to you? Of course not. It's not for sale. This is for posterity. He is probably one of the most important and dynamic American artists ever to have lived in the history of the United States. And now you have the luck and the good fortune that you actually have an opportunity to bid on this. Do you know how rare that opportunity is, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, if I just wish I was allowed to bid, because I would be bidding this until midnight. This is one of the most important things you have probably ever seen on our show, Richard. Probably ever seen in our show.
Well, I think you're right there, Leif. It's a very, very rare piece. And you have to think the National Gallery of Art, they probably didn't get #1, let's put it that way, out of the 68. So they would own one of the collection of the 3 of 68. We're on the National Gallery of Art. You know, they've got this piece, ladies and gentlemen. They've got all 3 works. Who's going to get the same collection as the National Gallery of Art? Ladies and gentlemen, Rauschenberg, hand signed. Zoom in on that magnificent signature on the far right there. And let's give it a 1-minute final call for bids. Final call for bids. You're acquiring all 3. There's the signature, a very large hand-signed piece, and again, museum quality. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding. It's got to go. At 44 is bid now. 44, who's in the lead there, John?
Utah.
Utah, thank you. It's with Michael at 44. Utah at 44 bid. At 44, going to bid a 4-4 with Utah's bidder. At 44. At 44, give me 5. At 44, give me 5. It's on sale. It's about to go. You got 30 seconds to go. At 44. At 44 bid. At 44, ladies and gentlemen, you are bidding on something is extraordinary. As I said, 18 to 20, I could see this going all day long in a New York gallery. Easily at that level. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to go. It's selling now. Anyone else? Last chance, last call. 4-5 bid. At 4-5, Washington State. At 45. 45 unbid at 4-5. At 45, and it's about to go. At 45, Washington State. Utah. Yes or no? Give me 5,000. Come on, Utah. You know it's worth it. At 45. At 45, last chance. On all three. You're not bidding on the one. You are getting all three works. Hand sign there. It is the numbered edition of 68 is selling at 45 with Washington State. Then at 45, anyone else? Last chance, last call. Final call for bids. Yes or no? Come on, Utah. Don't lose it now. You've been a great bidder. At 45, and it's about to go. At 45. At 45, 46. At 46, Utah back in. I thought you were ducking out there, Utah. Great decision. At 46. 46 is bid. At 46, Washington State. 46, 47 back with Washington. At 47. At 47 bid. At 47, is there anyone else now? At 47. At 48 bid. At 48 with Utah. At 48, and I'm bid. Now 5. Now 5. At 48, I'm bid. At 48, give me 5 now. At 48, got a bit of 48. 48 bid. At 48 bid. At 48, got a bit of 48. At 48, I'll take 5. At 48, and I'll take 5. Last chance, it's on sale. Gavels high. At 48, yes or no? Are you out this time? Yes or no? Sold! Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know. At 48, it's with your bidder then. Congratulate them for me. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to congratulate Rhonda and Jay on their amazing collection this evening. So thank you very much. And if you ever have an anniversary or you know, a birthday or something special in the family, let the phone team know. If I can ever announce it for you during the show, be my pleasure to do that along with Leif. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very, very much for all your support. Congratulate your bidder there at 4.8. That was sensational. Now, we have a really unusual work by an artist that I worked with probably 30 years ago. Leif has as well. And ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredible piece. Look at that little panoramic. Most unusual. I mean, I've seen his work, as you have, Leif, for years, but I've never seen a little panoramic like this. This is beautiful. Villa in Big Sur, and it's a giclée of archival pigments on canvas with hand embellishments. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is signed by the artist on the lower right. He is a legend of the art world. Leif's going to tell you all about him, but ladies and gentlemen, one of the great, great French masters. He's lived in America for a long time and France. He lives in both places. But ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce you the work of the great Fanch Ladon. Here's Leif.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. This is a great piece. I mean, again, I could sit here and tell you the biography, or I could have Fanch tell you himself about himself. Let's go to my screen. Here is a self-portrait. Here is Fanch Ladon.
Made it to a bigger proportion than most artists do, in the sense that I incorporate the interior of a place, you know, the foreground being the interior of a, you know, wonderful apartment or house, and then the background being whatever, you know, I explained earlier would be, you know, like a dream place to be, you know, Paris, New York, San Francisco. I think it's kind of something I want to convey, like a special feeling that this is not all too serious, you know, it's just like, okay, it's whimsical because the background can be, you could have, let's say, when I do the interior scape, you could have an apartment overlooking the Parliament in London, or even like an incredible setting of New York, you know, the Central Park, or even like scenery that you would not think possible of having, you know, from your interior, from your own apartment. So I do incorporate that in my images as a fun part of the elements. And then I also create, you know, even the carpets, I create the design of sculptures or different elements that sort of, you know, bring, you know, color and happiness to the whole imagery. You know. And then when, for the finishing touch, I do realistic reproductions of actual painters or past painters that I do admire. So it's like paying a tribute, like an homage to those artists as well. And it became like a little bit of my trademark to do the interior scape. And to the extent that now when I do painting with Tarkai inside, or Lequin for Krasniansky, you know, I do a lot of other artists from Park West now. You know, I did Miro, Chagall, and then they come to me sometimes. And, oh, did you do an interior with my paintings there? You know, I say, okay, yeah. And actually, I did pretty much all of them. You know, I don't have a gigantic studio, but it's very quiet. It's facing south. I'm overlooking at the Med there. The weather is excellent, so it's always good. The scenery is beautiful, so it's always inspiring to me. The light is wonderful, you know, that kind of very clear light, you know, that's very inspiring, you know. If you wake up in the morning, you're a bit more motivated. And, you know, I'm not from the south of France, I'm from Brittany, the west part of France, but I do really enjoy the place. It's really, you know, special and precious. You know, it's underneath my house, so it's very convenient, you know. I can go there in my slippers if I have to. And then that's the good news and bad news when you work at home.
All right, folks, I'm going to leave it right there. Let's focus on the artwork for 1 second, please. Now, there's something about Fañch that I find quite exhilarating. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wanted an original Miro or an original Dali, you can buy this. You take a pair of scissors, and no, just kidding. Don't do that. But anyway, that is part and parcel of the fascination, that mesmerizing aesthetic that sets you in this calm, cool interior, and surrounding you, you are feeling engrossed by all of this beautiful imagery. On top of that, there is the optics of the work of art also allow you to breathe. And what do I mean by that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to notice small details. For example, the open windows with the ocean. Do you know that these seats, look at these chairs. What is it about these chairs that stand out to you? What is it about those chairs that stand out to you? Ladies and gentlemen, there's nobody there. There's nobody there. Why is there nobody on these chairs, Richard? Why is nobody on these chairs? Why is nobody sitting on these chairs? Because they are for you. Yes, you who are watching right now, my friends, this is your dreamscape. This is your escape. Now, that tantalizing and atmospheric ambiance, which sets that mood that is refined, but at the same time, it's accessible. And I find that when we're looking at Fañch Ladon's work, at the end of the day, that is really what draws people in. That is what makes people enamored with the entire narrative of his imagery. And ladies and gentlemen, understand that his editions, they're hard to find. I just told Richard, I have not auctioned off a Fañch Ladon in about 27 years, Richard. It's about 27 years ago was the last Fañch Ladon. So when I saw him on our list tonight, I was over the moon. The title of this work is called The Villa in Big Sur. Now, Big Sur is a stunning part of California. And you are looking at a very high-resolution archival giclée. Now, that's a big deal because it's made with that light, fast pigment and the inks that are built upon that supportive canvas. And it's a medium that allows the artist's image to really pop. Now, the work is also, ladies and gentlemen, there's another element to this, and Richard is going to read you that certificate very shortly. There's another element that I'd like you to pay attention to, because there is a three-dimensional quality to the paint of the work, meaning that it is hand-embellished. So hand embellishment simply refers that after the giclée run is done, the artist will personally go and touch it up. So you get the look and feel of an original one-of-a-kind without having to pay the original one-of-a-kind price. Now, before I hand it over to Richard, there's one more thing I would like to highlight. And Richard, this might be interesting for you as well. Take a look at my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at here is $9,000, but this is not an original. This is a print. Nearly $10,000 for a print, an edition out of 150. And you know what's amazing to me, Richard, is that ours is hand embellished. From what I've seen on this one, it is not. So there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Fañch Ladon's market. I did not know this because I haven't followed him for a long time. So it really exhilarates me that he has been doing so incredibly well. Let's go back to the work of art. Now, I don't know about you, Richard, but like I said, this is the first time ever in our show that I'm offering Funch. Have you offered Funch before on our show?
I have actually, yeah, and in fact, I just came back from Tampa. That's why I was a bit late for the show. But in my storage there, very, very safely kept, I've got 5 of his prints. I've had them 30 years. So, you know, he is an artist that, you know, has been around a long, long time. He's very famous around the world. I think he's got collectors on every continent. Yeah. He's got to, because of the amount of fame he's had. Ladies and gentlemen, he's promoted by probably the largest gallery in the world for, you know, literally decades. And ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have his work on the show. I met him in person. In fact, when I was quite young and still had hair back in those days. And I've got a nice photograph with a young Funch Ledon signing a book for me. So, you know, it's a treasured moment when you meet a famous artist. Ladies and gentlemen, you got a chance to own this. And what's nice about this, it's on canvas, it's hand embellished. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity. Now, if that other print was for sale in the, you know, on eBay, which is a very good source, obviously, for nearly $10,000, I believe it was 9,800 and something. But this is hand finished by him. The edition size is 250. It's called Villa in Big Sur. And you say that's in California, is it, Leif? You know it better than I. This is a Giclée of archival pigment. So, California bidders, get on the phone. We're only at 250. This is by the world-famous Funch Ledon, born in 1949 in France. A legend in the art world. Giclée of archival pigment on canvas. It's hand embellished. It's hand signed by the artist, not just signed, it's hand signed. Hand signed obviously elevates the value. It's hand signed on the bottom right hand corner, it's numbered on the verso, the edition size is only 250. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know where you can get artwork like this, but this is unbelievable. Look, it's on canvas, numbered on the verso there, out of the edition of 250, and that is beautifully framed in that gorgeous, you know, very striking frame for the piece. So it's modern, but it has that touch of ornate about it as well. So it's a modern lacquer finish, but with the ornate moulding. Very, very popular now in galleries. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got a chance to bid on it. Who's going to get this lovely little panoramic? You've got to find a nice spot in the home for that, surely. With the right lighting on, what a beautiful piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to sell. I'll give you 2 minutes with Leif. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I love about his compositions in general is that they're organized around that deep perspective, the perspectival views, and the framing device of windows or terraces that opens to the distance. That is something that's quite typical of the images that he makes. And his colors are very bright. They're very clear. They're very balanced. And they've got that, you know, they've got that crisp detail, that subtle tonal control. It's the kind of work that settles very nicely into a living room, into a dining room, or possibly even a bedroom. You know, if you can appreciate what I would like to call interior scapes. So this is known as these interior scapes with actually famous works of art on the wall. So again, you have a Miro. You've got that Salvador Dali, ladies and gentlemen, right over there that's coming towards the middle. Clearly identifiable. Now the mood as well is one of serene sunlit invention. It is a constructed paradise rather than a topographic method. And I find that is so alluring and it's so scintillating to be able to see this kind of imagery. And the fact is, folks, again, there is that personal aspect. That's why the chairs have no people. That's why there are no people in this work of art, because it is an invitation for you, which means that every time you look at that, you are going to be met by the embrace and the welcome of one of the most stunning panoramic views in America. The Big Sur, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, my mother, who's now passed, used to live in Santa Barbara. And I used to visit her quite often. Several times a year I would go there. And once in a while we would drive all the way to San Francisco. We used to go on Highway 1. And, you know, the Big Sur, the way that you get to the Big Sur, Richard, is that it is a stretch that goes through what's called Route 1. So there's basically two main roads that go up and down California. You have the 101 highway, which you can drive to LA, but then you got the #1 coastal highway. It's one of the most stunning in the world. It's along the whole coast.
I've driven along.
You've been. This is beautiful, right? Right now, by the way, Richard, I don't know if you know this, but parts of it is closed off because of the rocks are fallen. I remember last time I couldn't drive because rocks had fallen on it. But that is just testament of its beauty. I see a lot of bidders coming in, so I'll pass it over to Richard.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you 1 minute and the final call for bids. Look, we're only at 375. It's on canvas. It's a limited edition. You saw the other one there on eBay. You know, his work commands like this, you know, easily around that figure. You know, 8 to 10,000 is very fair for his work. We're under 1,000. We're under 1,000. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I thought this would make about 1,500 to 2,000 in our auction. 400 is bid. At 400 bid, and I'm selling now. At 400, you got 30 seconds. At 4, got a bid of 4. At 4, and it's the final call for bids. Don't be a late bidder. At 400 bid. At 400 bid. At 400 bid. You're bidding 425. Thank you. 425 is bid. At 425. At 425 is bid. At 425 now 50. At 425 is at 50 now. On sale and with you all the way it's about to go. Don't miss this, Jean. What a beautiful little piece. Let's turn the lights down just for a second. I want you to appreciate this one. Look at it now. Look at that piece, Jean. Get the lighting right on it and you'll absolutely love this. Look at the fire in the background. Draw your eye to the center there. Leif, have a look at that. Unbelievable little piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on canvas, it's hand embellished. He's a legend of the art world. You're missing an opportunity. What on earth is wrong with you this evening? My goodness gracious, I've got to sell it. Here we go then, John. It is on sale and with you. It is on sale and with you. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to go. Last chance, last call, it's selling now. Here we go, it's on sale and with you. Going once. Anyone else? I'm very surprised at this, Leif. I thought it would make about $1,500 easily being hand embellished. On sale and with you. Going twice. Third and the final time, and the gavel's high. Best and final bids. Sold and gone. Congratulate your bidder. Well done. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with the show, and coming up now is lot 510, and someone was lucky enough to acquire the hand-coloured Dura earlier, but there is another opportunity of something absolutely immense here. It's even older, this piece. It's from 1485. 1485. Ladies and gentlemen, what an opportunity it is. It's called the Martyrdom of St. Anthony. That happens to be my middle name, not Saint, Leif, Anthony. It is the old master, although some people do say I'm a bit of one. Original woodcut with extensive hand colouring, not many, and coloured, but someone once said it. Additional text on verso, an extremely rare and important impression. We have to entertain each other, ladies and gentlemen, for 5 hours when we're here till 1 in the morning. An extremely rare and important impression from the Legenda Aurea Sanctorum. Very good, not bad. Executed in 1485. 1485, well done graphics. Look at that. A mathematician as well, our Rebecca. 541 years of age. 541-year-old hand-coloured woodcut, the old master. And here is Leif, who is a specialist on these German pieces.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Richard. And folks, we're looking at something that's extremely rare and very historic indeed. The title, let's take a look at the title of the work. So the title of the work is The Martyrdom of St. Anthony. And this is from the 15th century. I mean, this is really, really old, yeah? Now, ladies and gentlemen, understand that this is an old master of the late 15th century. So this is not attributed necessarily to any individual at hand. That's very common because a lot of these images, which sell regularly at Sotheby's and Christie's, folks, you're going to find them in very, very high demand indeed. Now, the anonymity is also entirely characteristic of the period because early printed works were produced collaboratively in printing workshops, and the designers and the cutters of woodblocks, they were rarely named. So the proper subject of a biography for such a work is therefore the object and its text rather than a single master. Now, the sheet is described as coming from the Legenda Aurea, in English, that is the Golden Legend. What is the Golden Legend, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the Golden Legend is a compilation of the lives of saints assembled in the 13th century. Yes, we're talking about almost more than 800 years ago. 800 years ago. By the Dominican friar Jacobus de Voragine. And the Golden Legend was one of the most widely copied texts of the later Middle Ages. And once printing arrived, this was done even before the Gutenberg press, one of the most frequently printed books of the early incunabula era. And it appeared in numerous Latin and vernacular editions. That was all across Europe. So woodcut illustrations, my friends, accompanied many of these editions, and they provided readers with vivid images of the saints whose stories they read. So it was produced to be printed alongside type. The cuts favored bold, legible outlines that were suited to relief printing and to the modest scale of a book type or a book page. And they were frequently colored by hand to give the printed page something of the richness of an illuminated manuscript. So this is a sacred object, ladies and gentlemen. And because the work is anonymous and tied to a specific text and edition, the key to understanding it lies in identifying that actual edition, its printer, its city of publication, and its date. Now, this is dated from the year, just listen to it, I'm going to say it very slowly so that you can digest how old this is. This was printed in the year 1485. 1485. Ladies and gentlemen, that is and is established firmly within what is known as the incunable period. I-N-C-U-N-A-B-L-E. What does that mean, incunable? Well, that is a reference that is given to books that were printed before the year 1501. It's incredible. So this is considered one of the sacred and extremely rare early printed book illustrations that are studied through the bibliography of the Incunabula, which records the surviving editions of texts like the Golden Legend, and a leaf from such a book is best understood within that bibliographic framework. And its interest lies as much in its place in the early history of printing as in the image itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, the martyrdom of St. Anthony, what you're looking at, would have begun as a relief woodcut, cut to illustrate a printed page of the Golden Legend. And then it was colored by hand after printing. I just want to say one thing. Look at the condition of this. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the condition. It is remarkable. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. I mean, look at that condition. It just blows my mind how we have the good fortune of being able to actually acquire something like this. When I know that museums have these locked up in safes, never to be sold, only to be seen, never to be touched by a human hand, unless a curator with white gloves comes over in an airtight room and carefully examines it. That's how spectacular, that's how rare something like this is. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have truly a remarkable opportunity when it comes to this kind of work. Now, there's one point that I have to mention, is that Anthony the Abbot, who was the early Christian hermit of the Egyptian desert, he is traditionally not a martyr. He is said to have lived to great age and died peacefully around the year 356. So 15th century images that are associated with him far more commonly depict the temptation or the torment of Saint Anthony. Now, that's in which demons assault the hermit in the wilderness. So the title martyrdom therefore reflects a later description. This is very interesting. Now, the 1485 date here places this within the first half century of European printing. And that is remarkable, because by the time printing and woodcut illustration had spread rapidly across Europe, and devotional and hagiographic texts like the Golden Legend were among the most popular products of the new presses. So people devoured these back then. Now, think about the hundreds and hundreds of years that passes. Do you know how many have been lost, stolen, destroyed? To have one that's in impeccable condition like that is extremely rare. And so, ladies and gentlemen, for a sheet that is this old, this age, condition and completeness are decisive factors. The state of the paper is very important. We want to look for any repairs or trimming, which there are none. We want to see if there's any foxing or brownish marks, which is typically associated with aged paper. There is none. We want to see if the margins are clean cut. They are. So a woodcut with hand coloring, that is the earliest relief printing technique and the engine of the illustrated printed book. So, ladies and gentlemen, the image stands up in raised lines after the surrounding wood is cut away. And those lines are inked and printed, and color is then applied by hand. In the incunable period, such coloring was routine and original to the production of the book. This is not a modern edition, folks. Now, that distinguishes it from later hand tinting of old prints. This is not a later hand tinted. This was actually hand colored before the 1500s, in the year 1485. My goodness, this thing's so old. So this work not only has stood testament of time in terms of its survival, but also, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at a period work like this, the period being the late Gothic period. So this is considered a late Gothic woodcut illustration, and it favors the bold, legible outlines suited for relief printing and to the modest scale of a book page. So that fits perfectly within that very stringent criteria. And the hand coloring, when it was done, it would have been laid in flat washes within the actual outlines. So it gives the image its warmth and also that decorative richness. So, Richard, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to you.
Thank you very much, Leif. And here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, with this magnificent piece. And it is a great introduction there by Leif. I told you he was an expert in this. Old Master, the German master, the original woodcut with the extensive hand coloring. So imagine they had to back in those days, someone getting the job to hand carve that on wood. Very, very clever. Very clever how they did it. So extensively hand cut into wood, then extensively hand colored. Hand coloring wasn't typical then, was it, Leif?
Very rare.
Very, very rare. I mean, you couldn't nip down to Michael's and get yourself a set of pens. So you actually had to make the paints yourself. True. Imagine that, making the paints yourself, ladies and gentlemen. So that was someone's job. Then the martyrdom of St. Anthony is here. Should we go to the certificate of authenticity? And it is the martyrdom of St. Anthony, original, as actually is my middle name, that one. Original woodcut with extensive hand colouring and original German text on woven paper. It's additional text on verso, an extremely rare and important impression from the Legenda Aurea Sanctorum. Executed in 1485. What a wonderful piece. Created over 500 years ago. 541 years to be precise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some of you will know what I'm going to say next. Others won't. So for those who don't, I will. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your 250th anniversary of your independence in a few weeks' time. What an occasion that is. 250 years since you got rid of the Brits. But we're coming back. Just joking. In the art form, that is. Ladies and gentlemen, so 250 years of your independence. Congratulations. That's going to be a magnificent event during the World Cup, which all starts next week, ladies and gentlemen. So don't forget to support England. Anyway, this particular piece, the USA, I think they'll do very, very well this year, by the way. Yeah, I think it's the 13th. 13th is that Thursday, the 13th? Okay, game one on Thursday. Okay, Friday is USA, so don't forget to support the USA. So, ladies and gentlemen, this particular piece was created not 250 years ago, double it, and add another 41 years. So 291 years before the Declaration of Independence. Think of it that way. Yep. What an unbelievable piece. I mean, this, if we ever say we've got a museum piece, you're looking at it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're only at 1300. Let's see who gets it. I'll give you 2 minutes with Leif, and we're about to bid this one out. South Carolina in the lead, Leif. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a couple of very pertinent features that I'd like to extrapolate upon. First of all, the antiquity aspect of this work of art, because as both Richard and I are saying, you're bidding on a 15th century woodcut, specifically from 1485, from the incunable era. These are among the modern human's earliest printed images. Now, the source is also of paramount importance, which is the association with the in Latin, Legenda Aurea, which in English translates to the Golden Legend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Golden Legend was written by Jacopus de Voragine in the 13th century. And it is that compilation of the lives of saints. It is one of the most printed books of the 15th century. Now, the hand coloring is also intrinsic to the demand and the desire for these works, because it has extensive period hand coloring, which is original to the book's production. And then, even more interesting is that it is a relief woodcut. Why is that so important? Because relief woodcuts are the foundation, folks, of illustrated printing. So you're looking at such a historic work here. And when we're talking about woodcuts, you know, it's easy to talk about it, but it's harder to show you exactly how it is made. So I want to take the liberty, my friends, and show you a brief video of a modern iteration of an Albert Dürer woodcut, because the way Albert Dürer made his woodcuts is similar to how this would have been made. So can we please go to my screen? So I want to show you how woodcut is done. Firstly, the image is drawn on a piece of wood. It's a woodcut, right? So the artist would have drawn the image. In this case, it's a copy of an Albert Dürer. And you'll be able to understand how difficult and how time-consuming the process is. Because look at this. Every single little line has to be meticulously carved out. Every single little line. And this is typically done by a master woodcutter. So judging by this image that you're looking at, this could have taken weeks. You know, obviously the video's been sped up significantly, but because of the incredible detail and the intricacy of the work of art, what's happening is the artist, by cutting into the wood, he creates the relief, which is the raised portion of it. Now that's where the ink goes. So as soon as the relief has been created, ink is rubbed on top of that relief wood. And there you get the impression, which is backwards. That just adds another element of difficulty. So as you remove the paper from the block of wood, you get a backwards impression of it. And that's exactly how what you're looking at was made. Let's go back to the work of art. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't know too many artists. In fact, I know maybe one or two in the world right now that are very established woodcutters. It's just because it is so difficult, because it takes such a long time. And let's face it, today, with the introduction of giclées and modern, printmaking techniques, there really is no need for that anymore. So not only are you looking at an art form that is disappearing, you're looking at one of its earliest executions done for a sacred text disseminated across Europe. And, that technique of relief woodcut, that is the foundation of illustrated printing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of work that completely changes the room that it enters. Why? Well, because there are works that a guest to your home, for example, notices immediately and can't stop returning to. And there are works that give a space its character, its anchor, its reason for being arranged the way that it is. And this is that kind of work, folks. The room it enters will be better for it. Make that room yours. And on top of it, the actual narrative. You're not, the fact is, you're not purchasing an object in isolation. You're choosing a presence that will move through your life, through your home, through your legacy. The cost is fixed. And what it returns in beauty, in daily meaning, in the story it carries forward is open-ended. And that arithmetic is almost always favorable. That is your opportunity to collect this. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand it back to Richard, I just want to say that this is one of the most exquisite pieces of antiquity from one of the most important books besides the Bible that was ever written, the Golden Legend, or Legenda Aurea, which depicts all of the saints. So in essence, what you are looking at, it's almost like a sacred manuscript. This is the kind of work, to whoever is the top bidder, whoever is the collector, please use gloves when you handle this work. Don't touch it in your bare hands. And keep it behind glass. Like I said, there are many institutions in Europe that have these in vaults, in safes, that people are not allowed to see. Richard.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. So last chance, last call. I'll give you 1 minute and 1 minute only. Final call for bids now. 1300 has been in the lead all the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, you could be lucky. And it looks like it's Illinois. Is that correct, John? Illinois? 1300. 1300 with Illinois then. Okay, it's on sale with you. 1 minute clock, final call for bids. You've got 40 seconds left now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about to go. 1300. Any other bids on the hand-coloured, original 1485 work from the great German master? It is on sale with you then. Illinois in the lead. I'm selling. Quite unbelievable at this level. But anyway, for the price of an unknown artist, a modern day unknown artist, you can acquire yourself something 541 years of age. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is unbelievable. Illinois, you've done very well. I bet we get a late bidder now, John. I think I've given fair warning. Going once then, Illinois, it looks like it's yours. Congratulate yourself. There we go. Well done to you. Thank you very much, Sean. Let's move on with the show. And we've got something that's not from 1485. It is a modern master. Lejean, let's have a look at it. And this is a great little piece by Ben Allen. It's called Hope. It's a New Era #1. And Lejean, it is an artist proof. And we're giving you the opportunity to bid on this one now. So it's the original pigment print on fine art paper, hand signed by the artist on the lower right, numbered on the lower left. And it is an artist proof from a small series of proofs from the artist, Ben Allen.
My style of art, how would I describe it? I would say that it is colourful, bold, full of pop, inspired by graffiti and comic books and manga art and skateboard graphics, surfboard graphics and culture, music, bit of a mix of everything. I got my start as an artist at a theatre bar in England when I painted a 3-metre bar front for them. The word legacy is a big one, but if I'm lucky enough to leave one behind, then it would be that my work in some way has helped to make the world a better, brighter place. I didn't have any formal training, but I think I was born an artist. It's something I always loved to do and have done ever since. Some of the most exciting places that I've created work and taken my work to would be Los Angeles and Bangalore in India. A lot of people ask me if there's symbolism and meaning behind the canvases that I make. I believe there is, but I'm going to let the viewer think about that for themselves. Some of my greatest influences on my style and my career have been my own father, whose sketchbook I found at a young age. He was a very talented illustrator, and one of my favourite things that he ever sketched was Bugs Bunny. I also like Andy Warhol. Something that collectors may not know about my work is that it is my way of communicating and sharing with the world and finding my place within it. Some of my contemporary art heroes would have to be people like Futura, who is probably one of the most well-known graffiti artists. Other contemporaries like Fail from New York, Anna Bay, Shepard Fairey. There's too many to name. There's so many people, artists, influencers, creators that I get inspired by on a daily basis. So I've put a name to a few there, but it's a multitude. Too many to put into this video.
I just find Ben Allen so fascinating, and when I was doing research, I was looking at a couple videos so that I could inform myself even better. And you know, the thing is, I just need to show you that. Let's go to my screen. I want to show you this. Take a look at this. This will give you a very nice insight.
Hi, I'm Ben Allen, and we're in my studio in Brighton. I create art because I've always been a very visually orientated person. I get my inspiration from popular culture or imagery, and that can date back to the 60s, possibly even the 50s, and anywhere up until the current day. I take my camera and traipse around the streets. The streets in Brighton are covered in graffiti and peeling posters of billboards and things like that. So I go and I take lots of photographs. Just because of the colour schemes, I think I reflect a lot of the bright graffiti-inspired colours in my own work. I source a lot of imagery from fashion magazines and a lot of the movies that I watch. With a lot of the magazine things that I think I'm going to use in an image, i.e. found imagery, that I'll then reappropriate and put into my own work. I scan those in at high resolution using programs like Photoshop, and I'll possibly touch on using Illustrator if I want to do something very clean graphic. It pays to be organised because I process so much imagery in Photoshop that it's easy to just get lost with things. So I have a clear method of processing files, naming things, being as descriptive as you can. You will get criticisms, positive and negative. So I think try and take those criticisms, take them on board, turn them around. If there's something in there with an idea that you can evolve, great. If it doesn't work for you, then just let it go, and it's someone else's point of view. At least your work has raised a topic of discussion, so that's a good point in itself. It's great to make mistakes in your work. You know, I think mistakes shouldn't be part of an artist's vocabulary because it's all an elemental part of evolving as a creative person. One of the most important factors of being an artist is that you have to learn the art of business. But you have to be aware of how art goes into society, and that is through a transaction process of the art is on the wall. If someone wants it, they have to buy it. So you either have to learn the art of dealing with galleries. If you are going to sell your own work online, you need to know how business works, how money transactions work. That is the exchange of getting your work from a studio or a gallery out to the people that want to buy it. The real essence is about creating original, striking and stunning work that you're very happy with and that has a very fluid motion to it.
All right, let's leave it right there. Let's go back to the work of art, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I wanted to show you that because, you know, when you get an inside view of the artist and you hear it from their own mouth, it's very, very different. Now, this work, I really love it. It's called Hope, New Era, #1. And, you know, it's interesting because when we're talking about the name, you know, the name discrepancy, it is significant and it should be reconciled in a way because Ben Allen, here's the thing, he was born the same year as Pedro Ortiz. He's also a young man, born in 1979. He's also self-taught. And he has become a very notable voice in the contemporary British pop art scene. Now, as you could see from the video, that's another reason I wanted to show you that video, because you can see the battery of collage techniques that he uses. And he typically builds these dense, these energetic images that layer paint, that layer print, graphic design. And what is most important is the cultural iconography. So in this case, it looks a lot to me like Roy Lichtenstein, right? It has the whole feel and vibe of a Lichtenstein, right? And that points to his interest in comic book motifs, to dollar signs. And what he does is makes these compositions that are brimming with reference and also with provocation. Now, this is a series called the Hope Works, and they take their cue actually from Roy Lichtenstein. Roy Lichtenstein's comic-derived imagery. So what you get here is a fresh, contemporary take on pop art. And I believe that his practice, what we could call it, is pop surrealism. That is an actual movement. And it's a current that pushes pop's or pop art's mass cultural vocabulary toward the, let's call it the playful. Let's call it the uncanny. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think he has a multidisciplinarian when it comes to creating his works, because he does work across print and painting and sculpture. And what's interesting is that his output spans straight forward in a way that is just truly, truly remarkable. He has exhibited and does currently exhibit with major galleries in the United Kingdom. And his prints and his multiples appear very regularly on the contemporary market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the genesis, let's talk about the genesis of the artwork. It's dated 2023, and it is hand-finished, it is hand-signed, and it is an artist proof. Richard is actually going to very shortly read you that certificate of authenticity. But what's interesting is that in the print form, what you see here, these are printed on archival pigment prints, and they're hand finished, so you have what's called that additional embellishment. But what he does with the embellishment, it's not acrylic. He adds spray, so spray paint, varnish, and he adds torn edges. So in the most elaborate form, we could call these hand-painted multiples. So these are small additions in which spray paint, pigment ink, and varnish are applied to canvas so that each example is unique. Richard, over to you.
Thank you, Dave. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. You got the opportunity to bid on the Artist Proof number 1. Artist Proof number 1, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a great, great piece. Original pigment print on fine art paper. Hope, New Era, number 1, the Ben Allen work. British art star, born in 1979. Remember, you are bidding on something, John, I believe in the world, what are there, 3 or 4 of these? 4. We have the Artist Proof number 1 of only 4 in the world. 4 in the world. Original pigment print on fine art paper, hand signed by Ben Allen on the lower right, numbered on the lower left. Artist Proof 1 from a small series of proofs, only 4 proofs in the world from the artist, executed in 2023. You got number 1 available, and it's here to bid on. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one chance to own the number 1 artist proof. Any collector of Ben Allen should be absolutely cutting their right arm off at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, what a chance to acquire it. It is a great, great piece, and it is now your opportunity with 2 minutes to go with Leif. Thank you, Leif.
They should be cutting something else off because it is absolutely extraordinary, Richard. And the fact that it is an artist proof, folks, what a great opportunity that it makes it. The interesting thing is that when we talk about artist proof, and we have discussed this a little bit today, but I know we have a lot of new viewers. You know, folks, the artist proof indicates an impression that is reserved for the artist outside the numbered edition. So you get that complete, you know, provenance in terms of the selected, hand-selected, hand-chosen works that are specifically for him. And, you know, the image, what I love about it is that it works in this bold, graphic vocabulary of pop with the flat fields, this comic-derived figuration, you know, that slogan-like text. And color is vivid. There's a lot of high contrast in this. And I find that hand finishing, the hand finishing on it, it does add that gloss, it does add that texture. And I would say also that individuality of each of the impressions. So the mood here is it's upbeat, it's knowing, you get that pop optimism inflected with contemporary irony. That's the way that I see this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when we look at the historical development of pop art, you know, what is pop art? I mean, we've heard about the term. So what does it mean exactly? Well, pop art is art that's drawn from mass and consumer culture. Its contemporary offshoot leans playful and uncanny. So, you know, Allen's collage pop, it sits within that lineage. Now, when you were looking at the actual features of this work, the attribution flag here, you know, this is a hand-finished work, so you get that pigment print that's individually finished by an artist. That's a big deal. You're getting an artist proof, which is rare. In terms of its style, you're getting that collage-driven contemporary British pop that references Liechtenstein. You've got the condition note on it as well. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, when I talk about any kind of art, there are many reasons and there are many aspects of art collecting. But the number one reason, and I've always said this and I'll say it again, this is how I collect art. Yes, I studied a lot of art history, but when I collect for myself, folks, I don't over-intellectualize it. I don't look into the history. I only collect what I like. And I will highly recommend to you, this is what I've been saying to my clients for about 3 decades. It doesn't matter if somebody tells you, okay? It doesn't matter if somebody tells you, oh, you need to get this. If you don't like it, if it doesn't resonate with you, don't buy it. But if you like it, at this price point, you would be crazy not to collect it. So ladies and gentlemen, don't be compromised by something that takes away and sways you away from the intrinsic and ineffable adoration that a lot of people have, that connection that you have with a work of art. If you like it, collect it. If you don't like it, don't bid. But if you like it, at this price, again, one would be crazy not to place a bid on this. And I find that his position within the galleries in the UK, he's a rising star. You know, so you know, not only do you know that you love his art, but he's also being widely received by the public. People love what he does. Richard, over to you.
Thank you. We're in the Artist Proof #1 territory now, ladies and gentlemen. It's on sale with you. Artist Proof #1, $450 is the top bid. I'll give you 1 minute and 1 minute only. Final call for bids on this one. Final call for bids. If you want the #1 in the world, it's your opportunity now. For the price of the frame, you've got the #1 artist proof of only 4 examples in the entire world by this art star, Ben Allen. It's on sale then, ladies and gentlemen. I can't bid for you. Last chance, you got about 35 seconds. Last chance, anyone else? 500 bid, thank you, Darren. 5 is bid, 500 bid, 500 bid with Darren's bidder then at 500, and I'll take $50 bids to move on at 5. At 500 bid, at 500 bid, is there anyone else? Last chance. Last call, it's selling now then at 500, going once, 500, going twice, 16 minutes we've been on this, 16 minutes, $500, last chance, last call, it's going with Darren then at 500, third and the final time at 500. Darren, you got it, congratulations, well done. Now, John, I believe Artist Proof #2 is available. If you'd like it, first person to call in. It's not #1. Best I can do for you, 400 plus the buyer's premium on the Artist Proof #2. If you want it, call in now. Thank you very much. Artist Proof #2 at 400 plus the buyer's premium. There we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with the next piece now. And this is Lot 510B, Lot 510B, and it is a superb original painting, and it is by our great friend, Shane Goodrow.
An emerging artist with a unique art style, acid etched and airbrushed. With his massive murals, an urban pioneer is exploding out of the Toronto art scene. Shane Goodrow. When working in airbrush and hand-painted acrylic, Goodrow contrasts the two mediums into one harmonious piece of art. When working in pure acrylics, Goodrow emphasizes detail, control, and patience. When working in his own developed painting process, Goodrow uses different concentrations of bleach to add depth to his works. Goodrow's ability to work on a large scale may very well have him as a Guinness record holder for a project he completed in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, which doubles the current record. Shane Goodrow.
Also have another release of Tom Green Country coming up. So the release last summer was my first appearance on his series, where I did some live painting on a shipping container on his van. And it was a lot of fun, and we did some pranks and some really cool stuff. It was a lot of fun. This time, this is going to be airing at Tom Green Funny Farm this week. So it's basically going to be me doing some live painting. I can't say exactly what yet till it airs, but it is going to be interesting, and there's going to be some great celebrities like Dan Aykroyd, Tony Hawk, one of the world's greatest skaters. You'll see Deadmau5 and a bunch of other celebrities that'll be appearing on the show. It's going to be a great show. Looking forward to that coming out on Crave. Hopefully you guys will get to see that. Art Basel is going to be coming up again, and my plan this year, we've been working on new ideas, is to do a mural outside of Red Dot, as well as having my display in Red Dot. So there's going to be some live painting while the event's going on. I'll be doing a mural, and it's going to be very interesting. As well, I'll be doing live painting at the Clevelander like I did last year on the rooftop. Last year I did the rooftop live painting, and it was spectacular. Just the amount of people coming out of Scope and all these other art shows, thousands of people on the street just kind of, you know, cheering and just enjoying watching the show. So lots of interesting things coming up for sure, and looking forward to getting into that. But yeah, so I just wanted to say thanks for letting me be on the CNBC Morning Show. I love being on the Fine Art Auction. As you know, in the past I've been doing the live painting as well as auctioning the artworks off, so that has been a lot of fun for me. Looking forward to coming back and doing that again. And thank you so much for tuning in. Looking forward to seeing you guys again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You know, while we were watching that video, I was chatting with our producer and Richard about Shane's new TV show. There's a show on Netflix. He's also on Baby's Crib. He's really reaching a level of media exposure that is quite unusual for an artist. And I just find that, you know, he has a spectacular way of showing his art as well. Like, in fact, I want to show you something that is mind-blowing. Let me see if I can open this up here. Let's go to my screen for a second. And I do encourage you, my friends, go to this is his Instagram page. There's his girlfriend there, Richard, on the left. But anyway, let me show you. Take a look at this.
He walks toward me, and in one stroke, my existence begins. As the large charcoal strikes the canvas, a small cloud of black dust fills the air. He steps back, takes a deep breath, then lunges forward and begins to stroke the canvas with his charcoal.
And these are his lyrics, by the way, folks. This is his music.
C'est le créateur. He's the creator. His fingers dust memories. He's the creator. His muse is his mystery. What if the question to my soul can be answered in line and charcoal? Dripped and splatters of paint cover the floor. Images of his creations surround him. Each layer he adds brings me closer. Suddenly I remember and feel the exact moment my soul began. C'est le créateur. He's the creator. His fingers dust.
Yeah, I love it. All right, there he is. And let me see what else I can show you, folks. He really has quite a vivid website. And here is that TV show. It's called Baby's Crib. Take a look.
Would you like your cocktail again for this?
Yes, do you mind if I grab my drink?
This is super dope. This is like more like pop art, right? You would say?
Yeah, so this is a cool pop art piece I did. I actually wanted to take Scrooge and create him a little more three-dimensionally. So what I like to do with my characters is I actually create a little bit of a landscape within the eyes.
I see it. It looks like a city.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a detail in there that I like to hide a little bit within the eyes. And then as we move our way from there and outward, you can see it in the glasses.
It's reflecting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the reflections in different areas, the frame. I like to bring the Baroque style of the filigree sort of in the background, which is all about that sort of early kind of Renaissance-esque period. And then this one just kind of, I thought I wanted to switch from some of the earlier pieces. I thought, well, if it showed him having one of the most expensive paintings in the world, that would say something about Scrooge, because he has taste, and he has expensive taste, because he loves artwork and things that represent money. It's pretty good. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus back on the artwork for 1 second, my friends. And yeah, he's making splashes, not only in the art market, but also in the media market as well. So, folks, I think one of the ways that he shot to fame were his murals of these exceptional scale. He did a project at a place called RAXX. RAXX. It was a place in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. And it's reported to total nearly 20,000 square feet. 20,000 square feet work of art, a size his gallery suggests may rival the record for the largest interior mural. In fact, it did get the Guinness World Book of Records for the largest indoor mural. He's also painted murals elsewhere in Europe, in the Dominican Republic, in Canada, and in recent years, he has begun releasing studio canvases, and he's even made appearances at the famous Art Basel in Miami. So, ladies and gentlemen, his technique, it is really deliberately varied, and he combines that hand-painted acrylic with the airbrush, with the aerosol, as you see. He describes himself, however, and this is where it gets really interesting, he describes himself as a pioneer of bleach and acid-etched painting methods. Now, his purely acrylic landscapes and his portraits emphasize that control and detail, while his multi-technique works, they lean towards this broader, more energetic kind of gesture work. So the breadth of this, it reflects a self-taught artist. Can you imagine this guy's self-taught, Richard? That's amazing. I mean, he's very talented. He designs, and that music that he was playing, that's his soundtrack. That's his music. He wrote the words for that. You know, I'm also self-taught artist, and I've got into the stage of stick figures. I can draw a line with 2 legs and a circle for the head. And it's a bit abstract, but, I'm getting there. Yes, that's right. That's right. It's a style called primitivism, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I do find fascinating is that he's moved from public walls to gallery canvases. That's a very interesting move, because he's already established himself publicly through his massive murals, and then he's taken, that critical acclaim that he's got from that, and he's brought it over to canvases. I'm going to send it over to Richard very shortly, but before I do, I would like to, my friends, give you an idea, of what his market looks like. And Richard, I think you're going to be interested in seeing this. Take a look at this, folks, because this is a very famous gallery called Saatchi. It's a very established gallery. And look at where some of his paintings are selling for, some of his original work. $27,000. Saatchi Gallery. There you go. You want to talk about that, Richard? Richard knows quite a bit about that.
Yeah, well, it's actually Charles Saatchi is probably the most famous art collector and art dealer in Great Britain. And they own the Saatchi Gallery. Very, very famous indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, so that's in the West End of London. And so Shane to be in the Saatchi collection.
Big deal.
Just goes to show you. So these, very unusual images is his own creations, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, and a great opportunity to own a large original by what I consider one of our most talented artists. He is so versatile. When you look at that large mural he was painting, I think he could have got a job at the Vatican.
Modern day Michelangelo.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Shane Goodrow, original aerosol and acrylic painting on canvas, Tweety on the Run, and this is an original aerosol and acrylic painting on canvas, signed and dated by the artist on the lower left. It is a unique work. 14. Was executed by Shane Goodrow in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got a wonderful Massachusetts. Nice. I haven't had the Massachusetts bidding for a while. Where have you been? Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful, wonderful piece from 2025. Thank you for bidding. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a large, large original. I'm going to bring the 4-foot ruler over just to give this a good old measure up. And let's put that in at 37 across. Yep. Remember, this is all painted on canvas. I'd love you to look at this as well. John, we might dim the lights, because I think with the way this is painted, dimming the lights, you'll be quite surprised. 44 inches high, 44 inches high. So 37 by 44. It is on canvas, and it is gallery wrapped, so there is the gap down the side there. Ladies and gentlemen, the gap all the way around that piece. But let's dim the lights right down, because I'd like to focus in just to the right of Tweety's head here. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at that. See all the gold in the piece? The gold, you know, which is painted on there. Got a beautiful metallic finish to it. So dim the lights on this one. I think, again, this could be a great piece for a movie theatre, don't you? What a wonderful, wonderful piece. Ladies and gentlemen. It's got the cufflinks, okay. He must have a little bit of English in him. Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. It is up 510B, and it's over to my Swedish friend, Leif. Thank you.
Thanks to the British friend. And by the way, Sweden made it to the World Cup, Richard. We were scared there for a second that it was not going to happen. But they are playing. And by the way, I also got tickets for one game. You know, the tickets are quite pricey. I'm not sure if you know that, but they're exorbitantly priced, some of these World Cup games. Some of them. But I've actually bought a ticket for the Morocco-Haiti game.
I'm going to Czech Republic against South Africa in Atlanta.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
It was $800 for 2 tickets. It's a lot for Morocco and Haiti. Isn't that crazy? I think it's pretty overpriced. But anyway.
200 for our tickets.
How did you get that?
Because actually I got them off an Irish friend, and Ireland didn't qualify. So he'd already bought the tickets, so he let me have them at face value.
It helps to have connections. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about Gaudreau, I did mention that he started really his fame by creating these murals, right? I mean, it's his murals that really caught people's eyes. So I want to go ahead and show you the production of a mural, because, you know, I wasn't joking when I said to Richard, he's like a Michelangelo in a way. Look at what he does. Let's go to my screen, please. Take a look at this. Oh, sorry, wrong video, my apologies. Where did it go? Yes, it's the Swede in me, I can tell you. All right, here we go, this is the one. Look at this. How he creates the shadow. I mean, it looks like a sculpture, right? It has that feature, that sculptural feature to it. Can you imagine? Self-taught. It's remarkable, the talent this man has. All right, let's focus back on the artwork. So what I love specifically about this is that this is a recognized character. I mean, who doesn't know Tweety Bird, right? And the title as well, Tweety on the Run. I think that's brilliant. But his canvas work, ladies and gentlemen, is really catching the eye of the public. And in fact, he just made an appearance in probably the most important art festival in the world. It certainly is the biggest, and that's called Art Basel. There's 2 dominating art festivals in the world right now. One is the Biennale, which is held in Venice. It's been held for several decades now. And then you used to have Basel, Art Basel in Switzerland. There's a city called Basel in Switzerland, but it migrated to Miami. So Miami now hosts pretty much the biggest art show on the planet, which is the Art Basel Miami Week, which is huge. And, you know, to be a star artist, which he was, a star artist at the Art Basel in Miami, is very, very rare. So he's already gotten that at that level, so to speak. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this work was done last year, and yes, you are bidding on a unique original painting. So he did this with aerosol. He did it with acrylic on canvas. And this is it. This is a one-off canvas. This is not part of any edition. And what I love about it is that it translates Gaudreau's mural scale spray technique into these gallery-sized individually made object, and its identity, it rests entirely on the physical work. So, ladies and gentlemen, this really is a remarkable piece. I mean, this is truly showcases talent, but also this is a subject of conversation, isn't it, Richard? It does have a story to it.
Well, the only conversation is now who's going to get it, because you've got 1 minute and 1 minute only. Final call for bids. 16 is the bid. 16 is bid. Final call for bids. 1 minute clock. Ladies and gentlemen, final call for bids at 1,600. 1,700 now. Thank you, Kim. 17 bid. 17 bid. 17, 17. Are you out now? 17, I got Texas in the lead at 17 with Kim. At 17, another one off anyone at 17. On sale and with you, ladies and gentlemen, it's got to go. At 17. 17 is bid. 17 only. Poor old Tweety. I thought it'd make about 4,000 to 5,000. 17. You've seen the talent of the man and know that something like this at Art Basel, Leif, you wouldn't get it under 12,000 this. 1,700. 1,700 bid. Last chance, last call. 18, thank you. 18 is bid. 18 is bid. On sale and with you now. 18. 18. I wouldn't be surprised if it's over 12,000 now. It's featured on Baby's Crib at 18 bid. 18 bid. I'll take 2,000 now. At 18 bid. 18 bid. 18 bid. 19 bid. 19 now. 19 going to bid a 19. 19 now. At 19. Now two. Now two. At 19 bid. At 19 bid. Who's got 2,000 now? At 19. Selling the large Shane Goodrow original. 19. Are you bidding, Michael? You're looking very busy on the phone there. 19. 19. Is there another one? Yes or no? Selling and going then. 19. Cleo, are you in or not? 19, I sell with Kim then. Thank you, Cleo. 19, thank you, Michael. And at 19 it goes to Kim's bidder from Texas. So, congratulate them, Kim. Thank you very, very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the show. And in case you can't see this piece, we will zoom in on it. It's a really, really phenomenal work of art, ladies and gentlemen. Let's zoom in on this piece if we can, just to pick up the imagery there. We'll show it to you under better lighting in a moment. But look at that. It's the most unusual piece there, ladies and gentlemen, by none other than Kef. It is an original in that rose gold or copper finish with the beautiful duck egg blue there, which is just a wonderful combination. And ladies and gentlemen, that is our final piece tonight, coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our next work of art, and it is by Georges Braque, and it is called Le Bac, which is by Braque the Buck. Ladies and gentlemen, and it is offset lithograph in colour on woven paper. First edition, printed in the studio of Cliché Union at Monsat in March 1948. A March 1948 work, a lifetime work by Georges Braque called Le Bac. Here's Leif.
Ladies and gentlemen, it would be a disgrace and a dishonor for me just to talk about Georges Braque without you seeing the man himself. Let's go to my screen. I'd like you to take a look at this. Here he is, Georges Braque.
Painter, 1882 to 1963. Georges Braque was a 20th century French painter best known for inventing Cubism with Pablo Picasso. Synopsis. Georges Braque was a 20th century French painter who invented Cubism with Pablo Picasso. Along with Cubism, Braque used the styles of Impressionism, Fauvism and Collage, and even staged designs for the Ballet Russe. Through his career, his style changed to portray somber subjects during wartime and lighter, freer themes in between. He never strayed far from Cubism, as there were always aspects of it in his works. Braque died on August 31, 1963, in Paris. Early life. Georges Braque was a French painter born on May 13, 1882, in Argenteuil, France. He spent his childhood in Le Havre and planned to follow in the footsteps of his father and grandfather by becoming a house painter. From about 1897 to 1899, Braque studied painting at the École des Beaux-Arts in the evenings. Wanting to pursue artistic painting further, he moved to Paris and apprenticed with a master decorator before painting at the Académie Humbert from 1902 to 1904. Braque started his art career using an impressionistic painting style. Circa 1905, he transitioned into a Fauvist style after viewing works exhibited by the Fauves, a group that included such notable artists as Henri Matisse and André Derain. The Fauve style incorporated bold colors and loose form structures to emulate deep emotions. Career success. Braque's first solo show took place in 1908 at Daniel Henry Kahnweiler's gallery. From 1909 to 1914, Braque and fellow artist Pablo Picasso collaborated to develop Cubism as well as to incorporate collage elements and papier-colle, pasted paper, into their pieces. Braque's style changed after World War I, when his art became less structured and planned. A successful exhibition in 1922 at the Salon d'Automne in Paris garnered him much acclaim. A few years later, renowned dancer and choreographer Sergei Diaghilev asked Braque to design decor for two of his ballets at the Ballets Russes. The end of the 1920s saw another style change as Braque began painting more realistic interpretations of nature, though he never strayed far from Cubism, as there were always aspects of it in his works. Braque started to engrave plaster in 1931, and his first significant show took place 2 years later at the Kunsthalle Basel. He gained international fame, winning first prize in 1937 at the Carnegie International in Pittsburgh. The advent of World War II influenced Braque to paint more somber scenes. After the war, he painted lighter subjects of birds, landscapes and the sea. Braque also created lithographs, sculptures and stained glass windows. Personal life. In 1910, Braque met Marcel Leber, a model introduced to him by Pablo Picasso. They married in 1912 and lived in the small town of Sorgues in southeastern France. During World War I, Braque served in the French army and sustained wounds in 1915. It took him 2 years to fully recover. In his elder years, his failing health prevented him from taking on large-scale commissioned projects. Braque died on August 31st, 1963, in Paris.
All right, let's leave it right there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on the work of art. I love this specific work. I'm a big fan of Braque anyway, just because I studied so much about him. And of course, being the co-founder of Cubism, together with Picasso. I mean, think about that, folks. You've heard about Cubism, right? If it wasn't for this man, Cubism would have never existed. And Cubism is foundational to modern art. Everything that modern art represents has been extrapolated from the origins of Cubist ideology. And that is a fractured view of reality. And it was Georges Braque and Picasso, for the first time in history, that showed humanity a completely different perspective on how beauty, on how persona, on how architecture, on how shape, on how form can be seen. Now, his career, as you saw slightly from the video, I just wanted to add a few more things. His career was interrupted, of course, by the First World War. And he was really badly wounded. He was serving in the war. And then when he started painting again, he basically moved away from the austerity of what was then called high cubism. Now, high cubism was the later point or perspective of Cubism. And it's so interesting to me because as certain movements progress, there is an innate evolution that occurs. And oftentimes, if you try too much to make it too good and too precise, you lose the artistic edge. And that's pretty much what happened, in my opinion, at least, with high cubism. So he felt the same. I mean, he moved away from that, and he started to do a much quieter, I would call it a more lyrical, I would say more sensuous art. So he was concentrated on still lifes, on interiors, and yes, in his later years, there was a lot of birds, there was a lot of marine motifs. It's and I find it interesting because, Matisse also created, towards the later part of his life, also birds and marine motifs. And that was all marked by that subtle, muted color and a very deep attention to surface and texture. He was brilliant in what he did. He was also wildly honored during his lifetime. And he had major retrospectives and major public commissions. And he basically became one of the most respected figures of 20th century French art. His paintings and designs were later posthumously created and reproduced in numerous lithographs and also offset prints. And not only later, but also during his life. And that brought his image to a broad public, and which are the context for what you are looking at here. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is titled Les Barques in French, which means the boats in English. And this is an offset lithograph that's dated 1948. Georges Braque passed away in 1963. So this makes it a lifetime work. And it should be understood, ladies and gentlemen, that this is done after a Braque composition. And his prints, when you do look at his original prints, for example, original lithographs that he did quite a few, they're documented in the catalogs of Dora Valier and Fernand Mourlot. You might know the name Mourlot, the famous Mourlot Studios in Paris, where Braque also created a lot of his lithographs. Now, as with Picasso, the standing of any Braque print depends on its category. Okay, so you obviously have original lithographs, you have original etchings that are catalog works, and they form pretty much tier one of the market. That is not what you're looking at. What you're looking at is more accessible to the general public. Dated in 1948, it is an offset lithograph that reproduce a Braque marine composition. So you get the boats, you get the marine motifs that belong to Braque's later repertoire, alongside the birds and the still lifes that occupied pretty much his maturity, I would say. And when you look at the subject matter here, the subject matter is very consistent with Braque's characteristic, I would call it lyrical. He had almost a flattened treatment of form. So what is it that you're looking at? You're looking at an offset lithograph. And that is a photomechanical process where the actual image is transferred photographically to a printing plate. And then it is offset onto a rubber blanket before printing on the paper. So, ladies and gentlemen, these kind of works were common, especially during the life of the artists, for circulating their imagery in the post-war decades. People love these kind of artwork. The problem is most people who own this, they don't want to sell it just because it's not done like this anymore. And these were often frequently issued as portfolio prints, exhibition prints, or illustrations in art reviews. Richard.
Well, John, I think you better get ready to remove this from the auction. We've been on it 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, without a single bid. Without a single bid on a lifetime 1948 Georges Braque by one of the most important artists of the 20th century, Leif. No interest in this one, John. You better get ready to remove it. So I'll put up a 3-minute clock, and by the time we reach 1 minute, if there are still no bids, it will be withdrawn from the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's not waste time. If you'd like to bid, all you got to do is pick up the phone, 866-518-5933. Let's go. As you see, we don't bid for you. It's entirely up to you, ladies and gentlemen. So, lot 511 then, and it is the incredible Georges Braque, the French master, born in France in 1882. Once again, if you're the only bidder, you can start where you like. It doesn't matter where we start, it's where we finish. Les Barques, the boats, offset lithograph in colour on woven paper after the original and first edition, printed in the studio of Cliché Union et Monsat in March of 1948. I always love it when I see the month, because to me, Leif, it shows it's a very well documented piece. It's a lovely work by one of the masters of the 20th century. No bids. You got 55 seconds. John, get ready with the next piece. We'll bring that in. It looks like there are no bids. Over to Leif. Most surprisingly.
I was talking about how he felt that the modern evolution of Cubism had a level of artistic austerity into it. And as a result, if you look at this work, what does it remind you of? I know we have a very discerning and a very educated audience who have been watching our shows for a long time. I know we have art gallery owners, we have art dealers, all kinds of folks that are watching our show. So many of you are familiar with Braque. Yep. So when you look at this, this has a Fauvist inclination. So there is an element of Fauvism in this work of art. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Fauvism, Fauvism was one of the shortest-lived movements in European art history. It was in 1905, André Derain and Henri Matisse had an exhibition at the very famous Salon d'Automne in Paris, the Autumn Salon in Paris. And that's when Fauvism was unleashed to the very, let's call them conservative public of the Salon and the Parisians. And as a result of its very outlandish and irreverent color combination, because the whole principle of Fauvism was to use representative color with non-representative form. So what do I mean by that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at an orange, yeah, how would a Fauvist paint an orange? Obviously, the form of the orange as the object would be discernible. You could totally tell that it is an orange. But the colors would be offshoots of the primordial color. So in other words, they might make it purple. They might make it red. They might make the orange blue. So it is that contrast which made people look at art in a totally different. I see many, many calls coming in. Richard, you better jump on this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is the last chance then. I give you one final minute, final call for bids at 3. I'll take 25 at 300. Best and final bids now. Best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Best and final bid. On sale and with you. On sale and with you. It's got to go. Got to go. It's selling now. 1948 Lifetime Georges Braque. What a gorgeous piece. It's got his signature on the bottom left-hand corner as well. Let's zoom in on that. The signature in the piece, the Georges Braque signature, bottom left-hand corner. We'll pick that up for you. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen, that's in the piece. I'll take another 25 to move on. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, last call. What a deal. Going once then. On sale and with you. 15 seconds. Last chance. Anyone else? Going twice and the final time. Let's do it. Sold and gone. There we go. Congratulate you, better. Well done. Let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it. As you see, I don't bid for you, so you've got to pick up the phone, have a go. And we don't mind where we start. It's where we finish. That's the key. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the piece coming up now. This is quintessential Salvador Dali. And it is by a body of work which I think is absolutely phenomenal. It's called Before Dali, Goya. So Goya was Francisco de Goya, the King of Spain's painter. And this is just a fantastic example of Goya's work reworked by Salvador Dali in 1977. And this happens to be hand-signed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is from 1977, from an edition of 200, hand-signed by the one and only Salvador Dali.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking.
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Leda Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego.
He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French Surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So what you're looking at is just extraordinary. This is Dali's iteration of the very famous artist, not that Dali wasn't famous himself, but Francisco de Goya, who lived in the latter part of the 17th, early 1800s. But ladies and gentlemen, before I delve deeply into that, there's some information that the video that we showed you does not contain. Therefore, I'd like you to go to my screen, please. I'd like you to take a look at this.
I think today, if Salvador Dali was around, he would have a really cool website.
Born on May 11, 1904, in Figueres, Spain, Salvador Dali's eccentric nature and talent for self-promotion made him the most famous representative of the Surrealist movement and one of the most widely recognized artists in the world.
He was the first person who came to the conclusion that public relations was more important than talent. The only difference is that he had tremendous talent.
When Dali was 16 years old, his mother passed away.
This had a profound effect on him, because in his mind there were two tragedies. One, the loss of his mother, who he loved dearly. And number two, the fact that she would be forgotten. And he vowed never to be forgotten.
In 1922, Dali moved to Madrid and studied at the School of Fine Arts.
Dali has such a precise technique because he studied Vermeer, he studied Velázquez, he studied Rembrandt. Dali said, only after you have perfected the technique of the masters can you develop your own style.
In August 1929, Dali met his future wife, a Russian immigrant named Gala.
He had this obsession with Gala. She understood the business world, she understood the art world. And she met Dali and she said, here's a person that I can make very famous because he has the ability, he seems to be good at getting attention. So Gala took him to the next level.
While Dali's artistic output is enormous, he is most often associated with images of melting clocks. In 1931, he painted The Persistence of Memory, his most famous work.
There have been many theories about the significance of the melting clocks. On Dali's deathbed, scientists approached him and asked if it had something to do with Einstein's theory of relativity. And Dali said, no, it's based on my perception of camembert cheese melting in the sun.
In 1934, Dali's political views led him to be expelled from the Surrealist ranks.
Dali would say, the only difference between me and the Surrealist is that I am a Surrealist. And of course, his name became synonymous with Surrealism.
In 1936, he created what would become two of the most iconic objects of the Surrealist movement, his lobster telephone and Mae West lip sofa.
Almost anything he undertook, he did well. He could write, he was a movie maker.
He worked with Alfred Hitchcock doing the backdrops for Spellbound.
Bizarre and outlandish, Dali often took part in performance pieces that were despised by critics.
They wouldn't take him seriously because he threw bricks through Bonwit's window. He brought elephants up Fifth Avenue with Barnum and Bailey's circus. He did everything for PR.
They wanted their artists to be brooding and inaccessible, much like Picasso. I mean, artists did not carry around an ocelot, nor did they do Alka-Seltzer commercials.
The Metropolitan Museum of Modern Art in New York gave Dali his own retrospective exhibit in 1941, and in 1942, his autobiography, The Secret Life of Salvador Dali, was published.
Whatever he made sold. In fact, the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg was started by one of his collectors.
In 1974, he finished Dali Teatro Museo in Figueres, Spain.
This was a culmination of his lifetime worth of work. He had achieved immortality, the museum being a representation of his life.
After the death of his wife, Gala, in 1982, Dali became a recluse, and on January 23, 1989, he died of heart failure at the age of 84.
Wow. What is happening now is that the adverse opinions of him by the academic world is forgotten. his impact, his effect is first being felt now, being recognized as probably one of the greatest surrealists that ever lived.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's focus now on the work of art. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are we talking about here? Now, I did mention that this is an iteration, and maybe that is not quite the right definition. Because, yes, it is an iteration of Goya's masterpiece, Los Caprichos. But what Dali has done here, besides acquiring the original etching with aquatint plate, what he did was that he added coloring, stencil coloring, and then it was hand-signed. That's what's magnificent about this. You know, ladies and gentlemen, how many works is Salvador Dali hand-signing right now? None, right? That's it. The market is done. There is no more supply. And this is something that I need to keep on going back and back again, because we are going to approach a time with the extreme demand, with all of the museums that are being built in the world. I mean, just for Dali alone, there are 3 museums just built for him alone. You have the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg. You have the Salvador Dali Museum in Figueras in Spain, in his hometown, which is absolutely the largest surrealist building on the planet. You also have the Salvador Dali Museum in Montmartre in Paris. And if you go to the Dali Museum in Montmartre, do you know what they have on the walls? They have this. They have signed caprichos, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's a thing about Dali's methodology that fascinated people because, yes, you know, there was a lot of Freudian psychoanalysis that he delved tremendously deeply into because he was a fan of Freud. And when Freud came out with psychoanalysis, his discourse on the id, the ego, the superego, Dali gobbled that up. But Dali was the one surrealist that was not accepted by the other surrealists. In fact, he was kicked out of the surrealist group, which included people like René Magritte, Jean Miro, just to name a few. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't so much because of his outlandish persona, is that he had a discourse and a disagreement with André Breton about certain political aspects. But it was André Breton who was the father of surrealism. André Breton was a writer. He actually wrote what is known as the Surrealist Manifesto. Dali took surrealism to a different level because there were pretty much 2 forms of surrealism. One was called automatism, which belonged to Jean Miro. And that was inspired by automatic writing, which was something that a lot of poets and writers in Paris, which was the cultural capital of the world until 1950, when it was brought over to New York with the advent of abstract expressionism, you had a lot of writers and poets who would sit at cafes and they would write automatically, inspired from the ethos, and it became very occurrent in Paris at the time. Salvador Dali, being inspired, or should I say Miro, being inspired by that, started to do automatic doodles and biomorphic symbolism that represented aspects of his childhood. Salvador Dali, on the other hand, did something entirely differently. He did something known as the critical paranoia method. I always laugh when I say that because it sounds insane, right? The critical paranoia method. That's how he created his art. And he indulged as a result of that in what is known as the hypnagogic creative state of mind. The hypnagogic mind, or state of mind, it is the most creative state of mind that a human being possesses. And it is typically found between sleep and awareness. So as a result of that, Dali's MO was to take a spoon in his hand, he would place it on his knee, it would hover over a plate, and he would force himself to fall asleep. The second he fell asleep, his hand would drop, the spoon would hit the plate, it would make a noise, and in that split second, he started to paint vehemently, feverishly, ferociously, and it lasted for about 3 seconds. When he regained his sense of consciousness, he seized the entire process altogether, and in a very repetitive motion, he would repeat and continue to place that spoon on his knee and the plate on the floor. And he did that over again and again and again until he completed a work of art. So when you look at works of art like The Persistence of Memory, which is considered his magnum opus, which sits in the permanent collection of the Museum of Modern Art in New York that he did in 1931, that is a primordial example of the hypnagogic state in action. When you look at this, this transcends the boundaries of 20th century surrealism because it is an amalgamation and a combination of two of the greatest Spanish artists in one. Such a collaboration that was beset between 175 years of separation allowed Salvador Dali to meticulously execute levels of surrealist mastery that he had never done before. This is absolutely imperative, not only to the body of work of Salvador Dali, but indeed to his evolution as one of the greatest masters of the 20th century. What makes this extremely valuable and extremely desirable is that, ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Dali not only hand-signed it, but he also hand-colored it. So understand, what you're holding in your hand is a primordial vestige of some of the greatest collaborations that spans over 150 years, Richard.
Thank you very much, Leif, and very well said. Here we go, lot 512. Lot 512 then, ladies and gentlemen. We've had one bid and one bid only, and $1,000 has been bid. Thank you for the opening bid, and I believe you said that was New Jersey. Is that correct, John? New Jersey in the lead then at $1,000. Engraving with dry point and stencil colouring. It is called Menos a las Tres, and it is double catalogue reference. The most important reference, obviously, my opinion, is Field. That means Albert Field, the world's leading authority on the graphic works of Salvador Dali. The graphic works are the printed masterworks that you see here. It is an engraving from Goya's print series Los Caprichos, reworked and altered with dry point and stencil colouring on woven paper. This is hand-signed and numbered in the lower margin. I believe, John, one of these pieces recently went in auction for $18,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we've got quite a way to go yet. It's a limited edition of 200. You are bidding on from the portfolio number 42, and it is published by Bergrun Edition Graphique International of Paris. Now, one bid and one bid only. It is with New Jersey, and this really is a museum piece. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, this is the signature of Dali, the hand signature. It's not a printed copy. That is his original autograph on the piece. The edition was number 42. You're bidding on number 42 there of the edition of 200, created in 1977. There's the book, Before Dali Goya. That was produced actually by the Dali Museum in St. Petersburg in Florida. So they held this exhibition of this work. Could we bring in the second work? I don't know why we're doing this at this level, because there's only been one bid so far. However, let's see if someone else can resonate with this piece now, because what we're offering here with this piece, now we've had them go as high as $18,000 recently in the auction for a pair of these. To get the original from 1798 or 1799, to have the original Goya, which is what this is, with the original hand-signed Dali, is unheard of anywhere else. I don't know, Leif, I honestly don't know where you would ever find that. So anyway, it's a unique opportunity. These are Goya's works here, so from Los Caprichos, and then at the back here from 1977 are the same works reworked in colour, hand-coloured, with surrealist elements placed in it, each one by Salvador Dali. So obviously that wasn't in the original by Goya. This has all been added by Salvador Dali. So the hand colouring, the surrealist images, he reworked the original pieces by Goya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity. Anyone getting the pair of these, to be honest with you, Typically, we sell them under $10,000. That is unheard of anywhere else in the world. 18,000 is what they've made recently. We're still with New Jersey at 1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes only with Leif, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
So, when we're talking about Francisco de Goya, and we're talking about Los Caprichos, these are, I mean, extremely in demand. In fact, the record pricing for a single work, let's go to my screen. Let me just show it to you. So this is from artprice.com. Francisco de Goya, Los Caprichos, okay? And this is a print single uniform stock. This is sold for in 25th of January 2017. It sold for $912,000, Richard, for a single work. I mean, that's remarkable. Now, let's go back to the work of art. What is Los Caprichos all about? I mean, it is a very famous series that Goya did. And, you know, he was the first, I would say, first political satirist in the art world, so to speak. And he got into a lot of trouble. He actually had the Inquisition after him. But the Caprichos, ladies and gentlemen, he was making fun of the aristocracy. He was basically using his imagery to poke fun of the vices. And the Caprichos originally, my friends, it was a set of 80 prints that were done in a form of etching and aquatints. And they were published in 1799. And so what makes the Caprichos significant? Well, they depict satirical images that attack the follies and corruption that Francisco de Goya saw in Spanish society at his time. So they mock things like superstition, ignorance, and the abuses of the clergy and the aristocracy. He mocked the vanity and human vice in general. So many of his Caprichos series, out of the 80, they feature these grotesque, nightmarish images of witches, of demons, of monstrous figures, and also of dreamlike distortions, by the way. And one of the most famous one is the one that's called The Sleep of Reason Produces Monsters, or the Spanish title, El Sueño de la Razón Produce Monstruos. And it shows a man slumped asleep at a desk while owls, bats, and a lynx swarm behind him. I mean, he was brilliant. He really had an imagination. And the reason that his Caprichos series mattered was because they were bold. It was a dangerous body of work. But Goya was criticizing powerful institutions. He was even criticizing the Catholic Church and the Inquisition. Not a very smart thing to do back then. And that was by the way, a very deeply conservative society that Spain was back then. So he withdrew, as a result of that, he withdrew the prints from public sale very quickly. And because he feared trouble with the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was after him. So the series blended that sharp social commentary with a very dark kind of fantastical visual style that was indeed quite new. And it helped pave the way toward Romanticism and later modern art. That's the importance of his style, folks. So each of the plates that Goya did, they originally came with a caption. And Goya often would write commentaries explaining their meaning. Let's bring it over to Richard.
Thank you very much, Sergio. I'm going to give you one final minute, and it is the final call for bids. Fair warning, fair warning. I've got a bid of 2,000 now. Thank you very much. At 2,000, I'm bid. Fair and final warning. Final call for bids then. At 2,000, I'm selling. 2,000, is there anyone else, yes or no? 2,000, it's going now. At 2,000 bid. 2,000, well, this is low. 22 is bid. Thank you, Karen. 22 is bid. 2,200 only. Ladies and gentlemen, it is on sale. 23, I'm bid. Cassie's bidder. Thank you. Cassie in the lead at 23. 23. 25 is bid now with Karen's bidder. 25. Ladies, may I know which state they come from? Pennsylvania in the lead at 25. 25 is bid. 25. 26, Cassie, your bidder comes from? Nevada, how lovely, thank you. 26 is bid. 26 is bid. 26 is bid. Nevada against Pennsylvania. 3,000 it is with Pennsylvania now, at 3,000 on the pair. 3,000 and we're selling. 3,000. 31 is bid. Thank you very, very much. Nevada at 31. 31 is bid. 31 I sell. 35 and very good bidding, I might add, Pennsylvania at 35. 3,500 is bid. 35 is bid. 36, thank you very much, Nevada. 36, $3,600. At 36, 3,006 is bid. 3,006, 37, I'm very surprised, I thought you might have gone to 4,000. Never mind, 37 is bid, 37 is bid. 37 is bid for the pair, 38, 38. Now, Karen, would you like to go to 4,000 this time? Up to you. 38 is bid. It could be a psychological bid. You never know your luck. 38 is bid. Up to you. 38 is bid. Thank you very much. You're in at 4,000. 4,000 is bid. Thank you very much. Pennsylvania in the lead at the moment. 4,000 is bid. Nevada, will you come back in? 4,000. 4,000 I sell. It's on sale with you then. 41, it's back with Nevada. At 41, I'm bid at 41, got a bid at 41, 41 bid at 41, 41, 41 is bid at 41, 41, 42 is bid, 42, Pennsylvania's bid, 42. Who's going to actually be brave? Who's going to be brave and go to 5,000? You know why you go to 5,000? Because after 5,000, you go in $250 minimum bids. 45, I'll take it. 45 is bid. 45. 45 is bid. 45 is bid. 45, well, at least we got two bidders on this at 45. 45, and it is Pennsylvania. 46 is bid. 46. 46. 46, you're sure? 47, I'll take it. 47 is bid. 47. Who's going to be brave and put a 5 in front of it? It's only $300. 48 is bid. 48, I don't need to tell you what to do now. 48 is bid. 5,000, thank you. 5,000, 5,000, as I indicated about 45 seconds ago. 5,000 bid. 5,000 bid. 5,000 is bid. Minimum 250, and you are in. Thank you, Nevada. 5 1/4 bid. 5 1/4. Are you bidding? 5 is bid. 5 is bid. 5 is bid. You see, when you do an auction, you don't always have to go very, very fast. 55 is bid. 5,750. Thank you so much. 5,750. 5,750. 5,750 is bid. 5,750. Up to you. 5,750 is bid. I'm selling now. 5,750. The next bid is a minimum of 6. 5,750. 6,000 you're in. 6,000 for the pair. 6,000 is bid. 6,000 is bid. Pennsylvania in the lead then. 62.50 is bid with Nevada now at 62.50. 62.50. You're still nowhere near the record of 18,000 on the show, but you're doing very, very well. 62.50. Are you out this time? Thank you for bidding. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. At 62.50, it does go on this occasion with Nevada. Thank you, Pennsylvania, as well. Nevada, you're the winner. Sold and gone. Congratulations. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what we've got now. And that was a magnificent pairing there. You did very, very well. Coming up now is an artist who I must admit, John, is new to me, but lovely to see. Wonderful work. And it is the work of Bill Braden, lot 514. And that lovely work is actually an original mixed media work with diamond dust and resin on canvas. And ladies and gentlemen, it's hand-signed Bluffs, Beach and Reef 2026. The series of unique variants. I see it scuttled across the Atlantic now. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Leif.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about this magnanimous individual. Bill Braden, he is a contemporary Hawaii-based painter, best known for his luminous land and seascapes of the islands, and especially for an ongoing body of work that's centered on beaches, reefs, and water. Now, his career spans over 4 decades, folks. He's moved very fluidly between these intimate gallery pieces and enormous architectural commissions. That's right. He's actually paired his paintings with environmental advocacy that's tied to Hawaii's coastlines and also surf breaks. In terms of his early life, he was actually born in Japan. He was born in Tokyo in 1958. His mother was Japanese and his father was American, also named Bill Braden. Now, the family relocated to Hawaii in 1970, and he grew up on the island of Oahu, graduating from the Kailua High School in 1975. He then pursued a formal art education at some of the most respected institutions in the field. Richard, do you know that he studied at the Royal Academy of Arts in London in 1976, and he received a BA from the Rhode Island School of Design. That's where my wife is from, Rhode Island, in Providence, and then in Rome, Italy, in 1980. Now, despite that pedigree, Braden has been candid that this classroom training was not what made him the painter that he became. Because, folks, as he tells it, even though, Bill studied at these top art schools, he feels it was painting on location in Hawaii that taught him to be a land and a seascape master. And it was that conviction, I would say, that, the islands themselves, it was the islands that were his real teacher. And they run through his entire body of work. Now, his debut show came quite early. His first exhibition was called Lanikai Perspectives, and that was in the Kailua Gallery in 1978. That's while he still was a student. I want to also tell you something about a very important commission, which pretty much put Braden at the top of Hawaiian artists. And that was a commission called The Best Beaches of Hawaii. And this is, by the way, the credential that, Braden is the proudest of. And it also is the one that secured totally his reputation, and that came in the year 1990. Ladies and gentlemen, he was selected from over 200 applicants to paint, quote, the best beaches of Hawaii, end quote, for the city and the county of Honolulu in 1990. And in his own framing, this official recognition of him as arguably the best beach painter in Hawaii is his place in art history, because the project had an unusual conceptual hook. Rather than hanging as conventional framed painters, the original oil on panels, these are the windows of a windowless lobby in the city of Honolulu Harbor Village Apartments. The paintings literally stand in for views of what the building lacks. So notably, the artist did not get to choose the subjects himself. The art commissioners chose which beaches were to be painted. So he has described the honor with obvious pride, calling it a chance to be selected from a nationwide competition to paint the best beaches in what he considers the best beach capital there is. Now, then there's also the Reef and Water series. I would say it is the other defining strand of his career. It is of a more abstract nature, and it's more internationally oriented. And that actually began with the 1984 commission. So since a 1984 commission by Architects Hawaii. It was called the Liliuokalani Gardens Condominium. Bill Braden has been creating art with a more international appeal than his land and seascapes of Hawaii. He calls this his Reef Water Series, and he draws an explicit art historical comparisons. The series is, in his own words, very much like Claude Monet's Water Lily series, but of clear water, turquoise, and dark blue seas with reef and often beach. And ladies and gentlemen, you know, what I would say is the defining formal decision is the removal of the horizon line. So by excluding the horizon, the work becomes a more modern format without the orienting line of where sea meets sky. You see, the eye floats in pure color and pattern, reef, sand, and shifting blues. And the image reads as something closer to abstraction than traditional landscape. Now, Braden has clients from all over the world, from Europe, from the US, Japan, and many other places have these works and say that these paintings have a calming, peaceful effect on them. And I want to ask you, my friends who are watching right now, when you look at this, how do you feel? Do you feel calm? Do you feel at peace? Well, if you do, then he's done his job. And he's continued to evolve that idea over 20 years. By 2011, in his studio, was working on a series of just sandpapers. So he extended the horizonless approach to yet another element. Now, one of the most striking things about Braden's practice is its sheer range of scale, because his commission work has ranged from the largest stretch canvas painting in the state of Hawaii, which was 15 feet by 22 feet, and that's found at the Hilton Waikoloa Grand Ballroom. I'm going to see when I pass it back to Richard if I'm going to be able to see and find and source that image for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, and by the way, in other words, he was the same artist that's responsible for the biggest stretch canvas. Now, I'm just going to pass it to Richard right now because he's going to be showing you that resin. Richard, go ahead.
There it is. Lovely resin on that piece, Jean. And as I say, it's been popular in the UK and around European galleries, I'd say for about 7 or 8 years, Leif. And, you know, it's nice to see an American artist who studied in London, has incorporated it. He must have traveled in recent years and seen it himself to bring it to his own artwork here in the US. Let's just dim the lights there so I can really see. Now, we haven't had a sort of, you know, marine picture, if you like, or oceanscape with the resin. I love an oceanscape. I haven't seen one for ages, ladies and gentlemen, and in fact, I'd like to escape to the ocean sometimes. But this one here, with the diamond dust, ladies and gentlemen, beautifully done. I love the way they all use the diamond dust with the resin. That's really, really fantastic way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the lights for a second. So that is a beautiful piece, all the lights there. Thank you. And this is Bluffs, Beach and Reef. It is by Bill Braden, the American artist born in 1958. Original mixed media work with diamond dust under resin on canvas, hand signed by the artist on the verso from a series of unique variants executed by Bill Braden in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, a lovely piece. So, nice piece, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get bidding on this one. John, I haven't seen a bid yet. What on earth's happening? Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. No bids on it. We have been on it for nearly 10 minutes now, Leif. Not one bid from the entire United States of America on their own artist. Their own artist, Leif. It's no good supporting all these British artists, etc. You've got to support your own as well, ladies and gentlemen. So here's a chance. I'll give you one more minute. If there are no bids, we will pass it out, ladies and gentlemen. So there's a 2-minute clock, but you've only got 1 minute. Let's get a phone call. If not, let's not waste time. We'll bring in something else. Here's Leif.
So, ladies and gentlemen, You know, Bill Braden is also that artist that was responsible for the biggest stretch canvas in the state. And he's also had his imagery reproduced on these small mass market stationery for 3 decades. Now, between these extremes, it sits a long list of public and architectural projects. There have been 50-inch long paintings for lobbies of Waikiki high-rise apartment buildings, such as the Liliuokalani Gardens, pardon my pronunciation. He also did a 20 by 20 oil on canvas called Pacific Sea and Sky for the main chapel at Schofield's Barracks. So when you do go to Hawaii, folks, you're going to see a lot of his public commissions. And his public work, it also extends beyond painting. He actually has done sculptures too. He's done a 3.5-ton marble sculpture for the town of Harwich, Massachusetts. And he's done a 100-ton natural stone entrance feature sculpture at the entrance to Waimea Valley. He's also taken on a series of Catholic Church commissions, including 2 galvanized steel entrance features for St. John Vianney's in Kailua, which is a restored termite-eaten wooden crucifix for Our Lady of Sorrows. And ladies and gentlemen, he's also produced large folding mural screens designed, in his description, to make the viewer feel present in the scene rather than, let's call it, enclosed in a room. And that's available as both original and G-Clays. So his reach into commercial and popular culture is very broad indeed, because his work has appeared in retail settings, including TJ Maxx, Marshalls, galleries, and other venues. And his poster commissions include the Kokwa Festival by Jack and Kim Johnson. Richard.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale with you now at $250. It's going. Anyone else, yes or no? Going once. Are we done? Well, I gave you fair warning, going twice. Sold. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, well, you stole that one. You did very, very well there. Later on, should be a lot more than that, but never mind. We've got a little surprise for you. It wasn't due to be in tonight's auction. However, I think you're going to enjoy this. Dave, if you don't mind lining up a little video from Italy, there's a little clue there for you, ladies and gentlemen, on our next lot by Kev. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful, beautiful piece, and we're going to give our viewers an opportunity to acquire it in a very special way. It is an artist proof. There were only 20 of these in the world, ladies and gentlemen, and this gorgeous piece is coming up for auction right now. So let's take it to the auction, and let's go and have a look at the man at work in Italy. Kev.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this project because, I mean, usually my work is more on a flat surface. And so now I'm very happy that I can do it on a 3D object.
Kev has been working hard to bring you his newest creation. Created in collaboration with the world-famous Morandi Studio, known for their exquisite ceramics, Kev found the perfect team to collaborate with on these original and limited edition vases and chargers.
I think this always changed my work completely, and I think this really suits my work, and each vase which I'm painting on is unique.
Like the great masters before him, Kev is taking his style to a new medium, bringing his creations to life on pottery. Coming soon to the Fine Art Auction, original, one-of-a-kind, hand-painted pottery from Kev.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this superb piece is one of only 20 in the world artist proofs. We're going to auction it now, but we're actually going to do this for you. John, am I right in hearing that you're actually going to frame it free of charge as well?
That's correct.
Framing is free of charge. Now, typically that's about $400. We're going to include the framing in the final price here. So you're getting it framed, and this is how it's presented. Let's zoom in on this piece. This is an example for you. And what I like about this, ladies and gentlemen, whoever came up with this idea is obviously a genius, myself. Ladies and gentlemen, is you have the back cut out, And thank you, John. Hand signed Kev 2026. You'll see the signature. You'll see the size of the edition. It is an artist proof. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how you're going to get it. And that framing, try and get that framed in anywhere in America under about $800. You will struggle. So ladies and gentlemen, the framing of this piece will be included, and that is an artist proof. One of only 20 in the world. Beautiful design. Look at that. Gorgeous piece. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale, and here is Leif.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's very apropos that we're ending today's auction with Kev. I mean, there has not been an artist in a long time that has had this stratospheric rise to international fame, and in terms of his image as an artist and his design, it's also been rendered quite ubiquitous, I would say. I mean, it's just incredible to me that this young man, okay, has been commissioned. I mean, we could do an entire 5-hour show on just him, just on the accolades. It's just remarkable. Just to give you a few ideas, and I think it would probably be best if I actually show you some imagery while I explain a little bit about Kev. That will certainly give you a more vivid understanding of what he was all about, ladies and gentlemen. So with that said, Dave, if I could please ask you to go to my screen, or Rebecca. This is a mural that he did, and he started as a muralist. And this one actually received an award as one of the top 100 most important murals in the world. If we've noticed here, ladies and gentlemen, I got to talk about this for a second, because obviously this is a Kev, right? But you know where this is. This is in a museum. Not only is it in a museum in Germany, a very well-known museum, it's in the permanent collection. So why is that an anomaly? Well, if you've ever been to an art museum, let's say you've been to the Met or the Chicago Institute or the LACMA, for example, what is it that most of the artists that are being exhibited in the permanent collection of a museum have in common, folks? What do they have in common? Well, most of them passed away. Because museums are there for the sake of posterity, are to show future generations the influence of certain artists at a certain time, and the breadth and the width and the ability for these artists to change intrinsically an aspect of the evolution of art. Kev has done that. He's an innovator, not an imitator. So what you're looking at is in the permanent collection of this museum. That means this is not for sale. That means that people pay money just to go into the museum, just to have the privilege of standing in front of this work of art. That's how big Kev has become. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with this. Porsche, since Kev is German, Porsche is a German car, they commissioned him to paint on their first electric car. It was an advertising campaign. Well, what is the other big German car maker? Of course, we have Audi, right? But you also have BMW. So BMW wanted to do the same. So on their top luxury sedan, they also commissioned Kev to paint on their sedan. Ladies and gentlemen, even wine labels. Famous wineries in California have paid him top dollar to paint the labels on the wine. There is that first museum solo show that happened in Germany, and that's part of that museum exhibition. Now, the reason I'm showing you this image, my friends, is that the museum featured many famous artists, but they cleared the walls. They took down everything. I'm talking about big name artists. They took it down and was completely dedicated just for Kev. That's how big of a deal he is. He's painted on one of the most luxurious hotels in Hong Kong. This is one of the images of the wall. It gets even bigger, because in the World Cup, since we're talking about the World Cup, the last World Cup was in Qatar. And Kev was chosen by Germany, yes, the actual country, the actual government, to be one of the artists to represent Germany in the World Cup. And he was commissioned to create the goalpost that you see right here. Here's another image of what he did. There is Qatar in the background. But ladies and gentlemen, realize that, especially since the World Cup is coming up now, that the final of the World Cup, it is the most watched spectator sport on the planet. Now, John, you will know this, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you're American. Me and Richard are the Europeans here. How many people watched the World Cup final of soccer? How many people watched the Super Bowl? 500 million. So it's about 5 to 6 times more people watching than the Super Bowl. Richard.
Okay, well, it's understandable because probably, you know, the US, I mean, is a huge population, but, you know, the entire rest of the world plays soccer, you know? So it's understandable why we get probably 2 or 3 billion watching it, which is amazing, isn't it, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, anyway, lot 514A, I don't have it's ridiculous, John. What on earth's going on? I haven't even got a bid on this. I've never, ever had to pass out a KEF, ever. But I'm about to do it. It's a historic moment in the history of the fine art auction. We're having to pass out an artist-proof charger made at the Morandi studio in Italy, Sassuolo, Italy. And ladies and gentlemen, not a bid. So let's put up a final 3-minute clock. I'll give you 2 minutes to give me a bid. If not, John, we will create history and take it out unsold. So once again, I don't bid for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's up to you. KEF, the original earthenware charger with decoration in colour under glaze. Believe it or not, you're getting it framed. Whatever you bid, whatever the top bid is, it comes framed. Ladies and gentlemen, Lotus from the Shadow Sea. I don't bid for you. You've got 90 seconds. If not, it's going out. Original earthenware charger with decoration in colours under glaze. It will be an example of the edition of 20. It will be an example of the edition of 20. Still no bids. Leif, I can only give the audience just over 1 minute. Look at the framing on this, ladies and gentlemen, one last time. That's how you're going to get it. And you can if you don't want the frame, don't have it framed. But we're including the framing. Never been done. Unbelievable. You got 1 minute to bid. If not, it's going out.
Richard, I wish we could bid on this because I would love to have that framed charger in my home. My goodness, what an honor that would be. But anyway, let's go back to my screen for a second. You know, KEF has done a lot of stuff, folks. Here he is with Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin. That was a famous charity event where KEF showed up. And there's Richard. This was in London where they sold this work right here. Just to give you an idea of his market, folks. Sorry about that. Let's give you an idea of his market on what it's selling for. This is a screen print, okay, 24,000. Wave the Invisible #4. This one is offered at 30,000. This one here, it's an acrylic, unique acrylic. This is 35,000. This one at 40,000. This one 42,500. He's also done bags. This one for Louis Vuitton. This one is selling. This Louis Vuitton bag with the KEF design is at 42,000. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the price of this. 88,000. Look at the price of this. $95,000. Now, let's go back to the work of art. Because KEF has already been commissioned for private commissions over $100,000. He's already reached that mark, in fact. And ladies and gentlemen, to show you an example of a private commission that he did for over 100,000 US dollars, it's a stunning home. I believe it is in Beverly Hills. I'm not 100% sure, so please, you know, don't quote me on that. But he actually designed, and now we can go to my screen, this beautiful image, and it's in this pool. Look at that, this swimming pool, an outdoor swimming pool. Stunning, stunning work commissioned. So, ladies and gentlemen, there was even a waiting list. I don't know if there still is a waiting list of people that have paid him money. They're waiting for him for doing a special commission. I mean, this guy's on fire. I mean, he's really on fire, and he's appeared on the BBC. He's appeared on pretty much major news programs. Here he is in Art Basel in Miami. This is the biggest art show in the world, and it's in German, my apologies. I mean, he does speak English as well. But he was picked to go to Art Basel and creating a massive sculpture which was being shown in Art Basel. All right, let's go back to the work. Let's go back to Richard. Go for it.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give you one last minute final call for bids. It's coming framed. Go widescreen. Let them see what they're getting. It's coming framed. Come on, that frame should be about 400 or 500 minimum with us. We don't normally include that frame, but we're doing it now. 11 is bid. Thank you, Kim is bid. 1100 bid. At 1100 bid. That's better. At 1100, but still low. At 1100. 1100 is bid. 1100, it's coming framed. 1100 is bid. 1100, is there anyone else? Yes or no? You got 30 seconds now. 12 bid. Thank you. 12 bid. 12 bid. 12 is bid. 12 is bid. 12 is bid. 12 is bid. I'm selling at 1200 bid. At 1200 bid. At 1200 bid. Is there another one? At 1200 bid. At 1200 bid. Is there 13 now? At 12 bid. 12 bid. 13 bid. Thank you. At 13 bid. At 13 I'm selling. At 13 bid. At 13 bid. Is there another one? At 13 bid. At 13 bid I sell. At 13 bid. 13 bid it's going. Going once. On sale and with you. 1300 bid twice. At 1300 gavels high. Sold at 13. Now, John, am I right in saying we've got available now just 2 more?
That's correct.
2 more available. I'll match the price. 1300. You've got it. 1300. It will come framed. Beautifully framed, just like this. So if you want the other 2, there are 2 available, $1,300. That will be the price there, ladies and gentlemen. So it will be from the edition of 2020. This is the example, and this is beautifully framed. We just wanted to show you the example. That is how it's going to be presented for you, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful piece. Let's zoom in on the presentation piece, and ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you one last minute. Then there are 2 available at 1300. This is the example, and it's that piece that will be framed. So it's the green one will come framed. Beautiful piece. Look at the design of that one, Leif. Only 20 of them in the world, and artist proof. Give you 1 minute only, and we're moving on.
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolutely remarkable work. And, you know, understand, ladies and gentlemen, look at the timing here, right? This is something that I've always heard about from my clients. They say, oh, I wish I had been around when Picasso was around, or I wish I had been around when Matisse was around. Knowing what I know now about him, I certainly would have collected. Well, you know, don't think of art in that way. The opportunity you have is always now, because now is all there is, right? So, Kev, think about his dynamic and think about the opportunity you have. But again, I will always revert back to what you like. If you really like his art, if you love what he does, then absolutely collect it. Because I do very much believe that, you know, in the future, you're going to pay a lot more for his art. I mean, nobody has a crystal ball. I can't predict the future, and I certainly don't want to even try. But just looking at, you know, how can we kind of have an educated guess? That's maybe the best way to phrase that. How can I do an educated guess, folks? Let me just put it this way. The best educated guess you can give is to see how things went on in the past. What were the key achievements he made? What has been his evolution? And if you look at that, that will give you a good idea what he's going to do in the future. Richard.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, there's one available now, one available if you want the last one. Ladies and gentlemen, we established the price there. The top bid was 1,300 plus the buyer's premium. There we go, 1,300, and it will come framed. It will come framed. So 1,300. Get on the phone now, very, very quickly. And ladies and gentlemen, lot 515 will be our final lot. Let's come to me now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for all your support and great auction tonight. Some wonderful pieces. Congratulations to all the collectors, and I believe there's just one left of that Charger. Beautiful pieces. When you see it framed, it's got a fair amount of weight to it. When it's framed, it's a beautiful piece, but I love the way you could collect them, because if you had a beautiful dining room or something like that, you could put sort of 4 on the top row, 4 on the bottom. You could collect 8 of them. If they're left unframed, what are you going to do? You're going to put 1 on the sideboard, maybe 2. the grandchildren come round, a ball gets thrown, whatever, it ends up on the floor. When it's framed, it's protected, and you can always see the signature and everything. That's why I like it framed. Anyway, that framing's included. There's one left if you want it, 1,300. Get on the phone if you want it. And now we move to the final lot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. It is called Silent Blossom, number 7. And you can see the copper or rose gold on this one. It is an original acrylic painting on woven paper, signed by the artist. So it's a one-of-a-kind and a very, very unique painting, ladies and gentlemen, by none other than our good friend, Kev.
Every line, every curve, every color, every breath held and every breath released. Art is created. Every moment spent in Berlin, creating this style. Every moment spent in Shanghai, mastering this style. Every moment of doubt, every moment of joy. Hours painting, years of creating. Harmony, peace, tranquility. With every collaboration, with every exhibition, his name grows.
Sold! Sold! California!
Sold it under my sold at $41,000.
Sold at 63.
With every hammer drop and every piece sold, now is the time for Kev.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everybody. We're live in our studios here in Atlanta with the last work of the evening. And I'd kind of like to pick up on where I left off before we sold the last charger. And that is, you know, I don't have a crystal ball. We don't know anything about the future, yeah? So the most educated and the most rational and logical way that we can tell how an artist will do is simply to look at how and what they've done. Let's look at his past, look at his trajectory, look at his upward momentum, look at the increase in prices. Now, is that a reason to collect the artist? In my opinion, no, but for some people it is. But in my opinion, no. I think you collect what you like. And if it happens to go up in price, fantastic. That's just a little cherry on top, right? But ladies and gentlemen, I think one of the most provocative and evocative and tantalizing aspects of his work is his signature style. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does exactly what he does. Sure, there might be some people nowadays that want to copy him, but he's the one. He's the progenitor. He's the father of this movement. And that is the single most important thing to understand about collecting him. Because the look is instantly recognizable. The swirling waves of monochromatic patterns that spill onto canvas and walls. And the style is best described as abstract graffiti. As one gallery puts it, his work is more decorative than traditional graffiti because Kev's self-described abstract graffiti style is characterized by swirling lines and organic waves that energize and harmonize spaces. And folks, his graphic, that monochromatic line art, is often emboldened with so much rich color. And a recurring motif that's worth knowing is that his work often features his signature lion. Now, crucially, his technique is free-flowing. It's non-repetitive. And the dense line work is not stamped or a stenciled pattern. Each composition is worked out by hand, which matters for originality and value. So what is the philosophy behind it? Well, unlike a lot of street art that's confrontational or text-based, Kev's art is all built around calm, C-A-L-M. Because seeing his art, seeing his work as hypnotic, harmonious, and peaceful. There is an underlying spiritual element to his art that he takes much of his influences from nature and Buddhist teachings, which I absolutely love. His stated intent is really disarmingly simple, because for Kev, the most important aspect of his work is that people really enjoy looking at it. And he frames the act of making it as a meditative practice, and he asks viewers to respond with feeling rather than analysis, which fits perfectly into what I was saying before. Buy what you like. If you don't like it, don't buy it. So his guidance is that people should try to feel rather than think about his compositions. It's a visceral experience, folks. And you let the multitude of lines transport you into a realm of peace, tranquility. Now, in terms of the case for collecting his art, right? Because a lot of people ask us this. Well, the first argument is brand validation, right? Because Kev, he's been embraced by major commercial partners. For example, he's been commissioned by Visa, by Urban Outfitters, by PayPal, Adidas, among many other companies, which signals that broad appeal and gives the work that cultural reach beyond the gallery. And big brands, huge brands, are after him. For example, he in the Urban Outfitters store, like their main stores in Berlin and London and Hong Kong, if you look into those big stores, there's a huge Kev he's painted on the walls of those stores. So his murals have appeared in Tel Aviv, they've appeared in Paris, in Hong Kong, in Shanghai, in Berlin, in London, and also top-notch galleries, some of the most prestigious galleries in the world. Some of them recently just commissioned him or just started collecting him. So he's still on the rise, guys. This is a great time to collect him. The other thing is the accessibility of entry. And what I mean by that? Well, for a collector who wants an original or near original by a working international street artist, I would say that his pricing is still approachable, rather than, major blue chip artists where you're, looking well into the $500,000 plus. But he's getting there. It's incredible. I mean, many of his private commissions are for over 100,000 right now. The other thing is the decorative power and his consistency of identity. So, folks, his work is designed to harmonize a space, which makes it unusually livable as art. That's what makes him so special. He really stands out as an artist today, because it reads well in homes and also in commercial interiors alike. There's that strong, consistent visual identity. And that is one of the things that helps an artist's market hold together over time. And he has one of the strongest brand identities of any contemporary artist that I know of, Richard. But anyway, let's bring it back to Richard, who's going to read you that certificate of authenticity.
Well, we've only got a few minutes left of the show, ladies and gentlemen. So, 2-5 I just heard in the background there. Kev, original acrylic painting on paper. And it is Silent Blossom number 7. Silent Blossom number 7, the original acrylic painting on wove paper, signed by Kev on the lower right, and I imagine it will be signed on the reverse. I'll have a look for you. Unique work, so it was executed by Kev recently, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a wonderful piece. I'll see if I can find out the year myself, and this is from 2026, John. If we got it on the graphics now, thank you. Silent Blossom number 7, Kev 2026, Simon Rowland, his full legal name. Ladies and gentlemen, collect them now, collect them now. These are superb pieces, and this is the most unique one I've seen. The most unique with that copper finish lathe. Unbelievable, beautiful, beautiful work. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bid of 2-5. It's your bidder then, Michael, at 25. And I hand it over to Leif for a final couple of minutes. And get your bids in. It is the final call for bids.
And just lastly, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to be saying good night very soon, but what I do want to tell you is that there's that decorative power and also that consistency of identity, because, his work is so livable, yeah? And there's just something about that livability and the poignancy of his line work, which which is mind-blowing to me. I mean, and especially when you look at some of his major commissions. Let's go to my screen very quickly. I want to show you a major commission he did. Take a look at this. So as you can see, everything is, he doesn't use any tools, folks. Everything is drawn by freehand. And I think that's one of the most remarkable things about Kev. He's appeared in so many magazines. Here he is on Fox. He's been on BBC. It's just, I recommend, take a look when you have a chance, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at his Instagram page because yeah, he is something else, and he's still on the rise, and it's just, he's catapulting to unprecedented heights for contemporary artists. And the last thing I want to show you here, this is the main the Stadthaus in Germany. It's basically the Parliament building, if you will, and they featured a show of lights with Kev's art. I mean, this is one of the most important buildings in Germany, folks. It's remarkable. Let's focus back on the artwork, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at his art, if it makes you feel calm, if it touches you in a way, if it grounds you, then you have been affected by Kev. That means that he's been able to give you that undescribable harmony, that visceral sensation, if you will, that only his works of art can really produce. But ladies and gentlemen, from my part, from my collaboration here in the auction, my part is done. I want to thank you so much for watching tonight. I will be handing it back to Richard, but at this price point, ladies and gentlemen, I just got to tell you, you know, there will come a time where we're not going to find works like this anymore. So if you love it, go for it. Thank you so much, and let's bring it back to Richard.
Thank you very much, Steve. Does a lot of work behind the scenes there, ladies and gentlemen, with all the art research and everything, and so tremendous having Leif on the show. Be sad when we lose him eventually, but anyway, bye, Leif. Have a nice weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, 28 is bid, and we're going to take this now to the auction as we go off air. In other words, the bid goes on. You go on as well, and have a great, great week. And we'll see you back here on Friday with Ray, Tony, Kim, and all the fantastic phone team. Have a great week, America. Look after yourselves. And the bid goes on. Goodbye.